some issues going on here, and to just put it in a nutshell, I'd like for you all, if you wouldn't mind, to say a prayer for my wife's mother. Uh, she is not doing well and is currently in the hospital, so it is a hard issue, and we hope that you will put her in your prayers. um, and let me get a tissue here. I spilled a little bit of my coffee this morning right here, but just a little. All right. So let's get over here and get logged in to our Charles Schwab Thinker Swim this morning. Oh boy, we got 10 people here. All right. Gary. Hello, 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 Gary Edwards. And welcome to the tank. Who else we got here early this morning? Lots of folks already in here. This is the trading of the science. Das ist right. We will be talking about the trading of the day trading here, and also the long stocks that you can hold for a very long time. Talent degrade. Oh, thank you very much. Oh yes, yes. Let's get that name on this list. Jeepers, already coming in the tank and flavoring it up with some nice little gifts here. Thank you very much. Chippy Guru, good morning. Gary Edwards, Guten Gorgen to you, Jeffrey Gurusk. Nisa Jane, good morning, everyone. Yes, good morning, Gary and Jane. Yes, where's Kat? Kat didn't get much sleep last night, and so Kat's running a little bit late. That's what's happening. And for some reason, my computer door doesn't want to get kicking here. I don't know why. Let's see what's going on. um, So, got some great news if you happen to be a soccer fan and you haven't heard this yet. But during the last match, our top goal scorer inadvertently stepped on one of the other players' ankles, foot, and twisted the ankle. And the referee of that match decided that that was a blatant penalty, and that it was intentional, and then to fall into the lines to receive a red card, you have to either use, these are the typical conditions. You have to use your fist and punch someone, or maliciously headbutt someone, and or so basically when you attack another player that is defenseless and you're not playing the ball, you're playing the player. But that wasn't the case in this foul. He was definitely, both of them contending for the ball. Just happened to step on his ankle, step on his and twist his ankle. There was nothing intentional. He didn't even wasn't looking at the player. He was looking at the ball. And the oddest thing was that just a couple of days prior to that, Messi, who is a god in the soccer world, and by the way, it really football. It's football, folks. Good morning, everyone. Guten Morgen. John Connor, good morning. Jayhawk, he's scheduled all of his streams already for this week. Yes. Is something up with Catfish, or is he just going on vacation this week? Some mobile catfish, we just going on vacation this week. Good morning, everyone. May we all have a blessed day. Thank you, Jayhawk. MM. All right. So just let me get a new piece of paper here for today, the 6th of July. Did you guys have a good 4th of July? Jayhawk, did you get your shirt? All right. 7-6. Whoa! We got ourselves a party. Woo! We got a party. We got a gas man. Woo! All right. MSS. Thank you for that call out. Pat Yeager. To start out with, I want everyone to know on this channel, I am not a financial advisor. I do not make any guarantees whatsoever. The only guarantee that I do make is that there are no guarantees. Okay. There are no guarantees. Any number of things can occur that are beyond our control at any time, at any moment. And if you're smart, you'll keep that in mind. And uh, I have two basic rules with my trading. The people that are number one here trading with me here, there's a trade, we trade as a team. There's a whole bunch of people here that work together to find hot stocks, and we're using scanners and streamers and screeners and all types of AI and chat GPT and stuff to find hot stocks. Once they find the hot stocks, they call them out to me. And then what I do is investigate them. That's what I do. And I'm going to be looking at a lot of different things about the stock. There's several parameters that we're looking for. All right. Woo. Gary Edwards, blessed be the days of the Hawkman. Yes, Cat will be here at 8:08 sharp. 8:08. I made it early, folks. I made it early. You never know when the cat may arrive. Oh yeah. Uh I'm sorry that I was a little bit late this morning for all of you the early risers. Good morning, Gary. Hope you had a great good weekend, brother. I can feel it deep down in my plums. Plums, huh? It's coming along. Hope you had a smasher, brother, man. You know, folks, do you want to make some money? Yes, definitely had a great weekend, sir. Do you want to make some greenbacks? Gary says. I want to make some money, Gary, because little birdie told me RLMLF is about to re-rate big time. Woo. All right. R. Richie B. Good morning. Uh, hopefully you got your shirt. Did you get your shirt? We're in assay country now, boys. Oh, Richie B in the house. Gotta move some money over to my IBKR account. Yeah, she's gonna re-rate. Charts show it, cores show it, management shows it. The stink nerds on hot copper shows it. Huh? All right. Jayhawk, LOL, stink nerds. Well, I'm sure they do stink. Stink rich. I meant stock nerds. Stock nerds. Jayhawk, Gary, Richie. Hey, Gary, have you checked out FCEL lately? It's been hitting 20. Go and check that out. All right. Yep. Hold on. Hold on. Trying to catch up. A lot of chat going on already this morning. No way she doesn't go over 8 cents on these essays. Okay. These are essays that they're doing. Catman, it just cut in prayers for who, coach? Uh, for my for my mother-in-law. For my mother-in-law, my wife's mother. Some sort of heart blockage issue, and she was taken into the hospital last night in the emergency room, and she's staying. Uh, well, I guess she's in the hospital would be suffice. But they're going to be transferring her to another hospital, hopefully. But as it turns out, over the 4th of July weekend, I guess a lot of people are not doing well, and all the beds are taken up. They don't have any space in the hospital. Folks, even if you pay for your whole life for insurance coverage to take care of you in the event of something, unfortunate happening to you, you cannot guarantee that you can get treated for anything. All right. Uh, Let me get back over here. And I do want to look at these stocks that were called out this morning. And we're going to make some money today, like you all are saying. And I really do feel like the stock market is about to really make a very nice gain over the next 6 to 8 months. Yes, I think it's poised for a nice gain. Uh, let's take a look here first at MSS called out this morning. Dave Sanders, good morning. I'm just going to say there's no way that somebody else can be the first on the 10th because I was all by myself. Talent great. Thank you for the star that you sent today. Gary Edwards. Gary Edwards. Hello, 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 hello. Good morning, Cat and Tank. Happy 250th. Yes. Good morning, Catfish. Hope you had a great weekend, sir. Yes, I did. Unfortunately, problems with my mother-in-law, but we'll keep her in our prayers, everyone. Good morning, Papa Cat. Hello, John Connor. Oh, talented great. Got two in the drawing. Thank you very much, talented great. I do appreciate that. Very, very much. Oh, it was our Richie B with the tube dancer. Thank you. Tube dancer. Nice. I like that. Very cool. Merci beaucoup, mon ami. Uh, yes, sir, we did. Charles Washington. All right. Got it on Thursday, just like Mrs. Catfish said I would. Woo! Yes. Very good. Very good. Very good. By the way, those signatures, I already heat dried them in. I took a heater to those things. I signed them and then I heated that in. So they should stay in there better. Now let me get over here to my channel and go to here. And I'm going to show you guys something sort of interesting this morning. And how strange things seem to be. And it must have been something I said. So I'm going to go back and try to figure out what it was I said. But here's what I want you to see. Oops. Sorry about that. Created a little loop there. And so let me move up here because we've got a few other stocks that have been called out here. Just give me a moment here. Talent be great. Will my name be? Yes, of course. Your name has already been added. Yes, twice. All right. So got it on Thursday, just like Catfish said. Okay. Will my name be added? The red card. Yes. Yes. What's this one? Elab. Dave Sanders. Elab. All right. Thank you very much. PMGC Holdings announces merger of AGA Precision System into A&B Aerospace. Okay. Yes. Gary says, I appreciate that tube dancer. Yeah. I've had a big storm pass in my area. Redbird Studio 13 power's been out since Friday. Please send prayers. I hope everyone else had a great 4th of July weekend. Wow. That's not good, though, to hear that. And yes, prayers are being sent now. Lord, please watch over those who are affected. Help the healing of the injured, and may their families be at peace. I find it interesting that when you look at insurance clauses, how it says in there, part of the coverage, the terms they use are act of God, you know, like, so when they say a tornado or it was a flood or something like that, that's an act of God. How did it become blamed on God? Why isn't it an act of the devil? Right? Where did human beings decide all of a sudden to start calling things of nature like that an act of God? If it's a tornado or a hurricane or a you know bolt of lightning, an act of God. How do we know that's what that is? Why isn't it the other way around? An act of the devil. All right. Oh, not yet. Richie says no. Oh man. Glad somebody cares. How about SUNE Energy? All right, we'll look at it. We've made money on that in the past. I know that. During holidays, people eat too much. Their air is always full. Yeah, yep. ER is always full. I live in free healthcare Canada and haven't seen a GP in 15 years. Oh yeah. Sending prayers, Kat. Did she happen to get the COVID-19 shot? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Absolutely, yeah, yeah. Those quacks don't know nothing. Yep. Talent the great in Jesus' name. I hope she gets well. Yes, they melted down all the church bells in the Great Wars. Wow, those bells were somatic healing devices. John Connor says, just to mention, when I trade with y'all, I do make profits on these kind of stocks. I take profits only and buy from a list of good sector stocks like Copy, SIVR, GLDM, FIG, CDE. Okay. So you didn't put those in caps, but I'm guessing those are all stocks. So I'm going to look at COPY. I'll take a look at them. SIVR. I appreciate the tip. GLDM. And if they're good long stocks, I'll add them to my long list and I'll buy into them. CDE. Okay. Uh, so just give me a chance here, John, and I will take a look at those. And I appreciate you giving me that advice. And we definitely will take a look into them. All of those: COPY, SIVR, GLDM, FIG, and CDE. And right now, folks, in case you don't know about me, I am one who day trades, but I also hold a lot of stocks long as well. And this is the list of the ones I hold long right here. And I won't be able to show you all of these, or because number one, this is for people who pay for Goliath level memberships that they get these lists. And if they remain a monster level, they'll also get these lists, but you can't edit the list if you become a monster level. Now, you'll actually have to be a monster level member for 2 months before I can send you this list because YouTube's giving away monster level memberships for the first 30 days. So after the second 30, when your monster level becomes where you buy it, that's when you'll get these lists of stocks if you can be patient enough to wait 1 month. But these are longs, and so you'll have to be patient to hold them for a month anyway, right? So the way these things work out is up here, there's a 5 day profit loss percentage, a 10-day percentage gain, a 30-day, and a 1 year. And then over here, I have the PE ratio and, well, the market cap and PE ratio. All right. So these here are for people that want to invest long. Okay. And you can cherry pick off this list. Now, I can't guarantee you that these stocks are going to perform at the same rate that they have so far, but they've done very well, many of them over the last year, which you can clearly see right here. So if you want this list and you want to be able to edit the list, 24.99, become a member. I'll send it to you. And now I'm going to add a few to the list right now. Well, we're going to try these that he just called out. John Connor just called out. So the first one, we're going to have to copy this, come here and put paste, and then I'm going to do that on uh, several of these. All right. So we're going to come up here now and we're going to enter COPY. And there it is. And we're going to cap lock that. Hey, come on, cap lock it. COPY. There we go. All right, so we're going to put COPY in here, and let's go see how it's done. So over here, you can see how much it's done over the last 5 days, which is in this row right there over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and over the last year. That's a good one. Oh, I'm sorry. We're on this line up here. Copy. I made a mistake. It's this one. Here's how it's done. This line right here over the last 5 days, right here over the last 5 days, it's here, up here, 1.1% over the last 10 days, over the last 30 days, and over the last year. Well, that looks pretty decent. That looks pretty good. COPY. Now let's come here and put the second one in that he called out. SIVR. And I will take a look at those other ones, folks, but these are ones that might be good long, so we'll see. There we go. SIVR up very nicely over the last few days. And this one over the last 5 days, it's been up 4.5%. Over the last 10 days, over the last 30 days, down 21. But over the last year, up 56%. That's pretty sweet. 56% over the last year. Nice. That's good. I like that one. The next one is GLDM. GLDM. Okay. And that stock has been doing well over the last 5 days, over the last 10 days, over the last 30 days, and over the last year. That's pretty good. 21% gain over the last year. But that one is rather pricey. Let's take a look at that here. Yeah, 81.54 a share. 81.54 a share. Yep. Still, it's got a good 1 year gain. FIG. There it is. FIG. That one's actually hasn't been in existence very long, but it's done well over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days. And over the last 5 days, it's up 11.8%. This is a new company though, this FIG. So FIG, a new company. They haven't even been in existence for a year. Let's look at that GLDM on a 20-day chart. Huh. Well, your resistance level is going to be here. Okay. And you got another one there, right there. Then up here, and there. So, the way I go about putting in these lines of resistance where the price is going to pull back from is I go back over here to the history of the stock, like right here, And I take a look at how it's traded and where the resistance levels have been. I can see that 5 day has had resistance right there. The 5 day stops up here. So right up here, there's another line of resistance that's right there for sure. Yep. And then it gaps all the way up to here before it hits the line of resistance. That's how it works. So there's a gap from here to there. And in fact, the biggest line of resistance is going to be here. If it does break this price, which is 86.30, it will go all the way up to 87.94. All right. Before it reaches resistance, it will come up to this line because there's a big gap right there. And notice this gap that was created right here when they dropped it down so fast. When this dropped in the after hours in the pre-market so fast, well, that's a big gap right there. From there to there's a gap, folks. And so when it got back to this line and broke above it, boom, it went right back up because they made it fall so fast through this region, and then it shot right back up because that's a gap. Right there's a gap right there, and there's another gap here. See, you can see it. There's a huge gap here, folks, and if this price can get back up over this line right here, well, then it gaps up again. It gaps up again, most likely. No guarantees, but you can see the gap is from here to there, and from there to there, and from there to there. And so there's a gap from there to there. All right. Just so you're aware of it. It's called mirror trading, everyone. And I happen to like the look of that chart right now in particular because you got right here what's called a triple upside crossover right there. The current price, the 10-day orange, the red 50-day crossing over the 200, which is now rising. So now you got a rising longest term average, a rising 50-day average, and right there it looks like the 5 and 10 are turning north. You have to watch close, but that 5 day, if it gets a green here and starts moving up over the 10 with the pushing up of the 45 and the 50 and the 200 all pushing upwards, man, it's likely going to go up more. GLDM, good call out. Next, I want to look at FIG. Uh, and again, on this one, you could do the same thing. You can employ the use of the history of the stock to know where the resistance is. So if you don't believe that, look right here where this resistance was, for example, right here. See the resistance to the 5 day? So put a line there, that resistance to the 5 day, right there. And go back over here and look, and you'll see the line was there because of where it was in the past. And it was established as a line of resistance right here twice, once and twice, and even 3 times because it resisted the rise, and then 4 times it resisted a rise, then 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. And this is the eighth time on that line before it climbed. Now it goes to here. Why? Why are they trying to stop it here? Oh, let's go over here and look. Why are they trying to stop it right there? Oh, well, look how many times they've established that line. Once, twice, 3 times, 4. It stopped it from rising there. Now 5. All right. Well, if it leaves this line of resistance, it's going to go to here next, ladies and gentlemen, the price. And then it'll go up to here if it breaks that. Okay? That's how it works. Big gap right there. Big gap. And this has been fleeced out through here pretty heavy. So there's actually a gap here too, which you can see. That's why it shot through that and went right up to there. But at anyway, at this point, the drop line should be there. Yeah, right there. That should be the resistance line right there. If it goes below that, it's dropping to that next one down, which is right here. All right. So as this falls right now, if there's a pullback, you've got a line here it should bounce off of. And if it doesn't bounce off that one, it'll come off this. In other words, they're going to make it kiss this line right now if they can. Yep. and they've got a drop right there. So that'd be an easy drop. There's a gap right there already. So that would make it easy for them to gap it down again. Just be aware of that. You might be able to get this stock at 2048, 2049, 2050. All right. Anyway, I'm just letting you know, folks. I'm just showing you. I provide, you decide. That's FIG. And it's over the last year, this stock here is actually down 2.8%. So it really doesn't meet my criteria. But we'll good one to keep an eye on. The last one, CDE. CDE. So we're going to come over here. We're going to type in CDE, hit enter. Now that one does meet my criteria because it's doing very well over the last few days, and over the percentages, the last 5 days, it's up 5.9%. The last 10 days, the last 30 days, down 5.8. But over the last year, boom, up 82%. $17.828 billion market cap and trading at 14 times profit to earnings. All right. That one will be able to stay on my long list. That one qualifies. And the GLDM, I believe I'm going to go and get a little of that too, because that looks good over the last year. All right. Now, folks, I don't just trade stocks and hold them long like the ones on this list here, but I also have some dividends stocks here. And over the last year, this is what they paid out in dividends. And over here, I also show the PE ratio, and I show the amount of the dividend that they pay right there in that column. Shows the amount, and here is the dividend percentage. And you can see how these stocks have all done over the last year. And if you'd like this list, just become a member of this channel at the Goliath level, and you'll get this list of these dividend paying stocks. The top 40 on this dividend list came from a guy named Roaring Kitty. Well, his name is Keith Gill, actually. And Keith Gill is the one who gave me I should say, I got the top 40 from Keith Gill. The top 40 of this list came from they're his stocks that he invests in, dividend stocks. Or at least he was invested in these 10 years ago. And you should see not only how much these stocks that he's invested in have done over the last year that are in this column right here, but you should see how they've done over the last 10 years. And this list that I have is about 10 years old now. 10 years. And so he has made, not just over the last year, these incredible gains and dividend paying stocks, but he's also over the last 10 years, many of them have gone up even much higher than this, just way, way up. So he knows his stuff, that Keith Gill, folks. I'm telling you, he knew what he was doing. And a lot of people on this channel know their stuff as well. And by the way, the last two bottom on this list, those are not on the list. Those are just um, stocks I put in that people asked me to check out, and they aren't on the list. They should be removed actually. But anyway, these are my dividend stocks. And if you pay $24.99 and become a Goliath member of this channel, I'll send these to you, along with my buy sell sheet, which is right here. It tells you where to make your buys, and it tells you where your buyback should be and where your sells should be, going out. All right. This is the way I do it. And if you sit and learn, you watch this channel, you'll see how I use these numbers to my benefit. Now, I have to say, I'm not a financial advisor. I make no guarantees whatsoever. I do not have a degree in finance. I have a bunch of channel members. And this morning, if you're joining late, these are the stocks that they've called out this morning. All right. So we're going to take a look at MSS, FCEL, ELAB, SUNE. We just looked at COPY, SIVR, GLDM, FIG, and CDE. So now we're going to take a look at the ones on the top. And we'll start out with MSS. 20-day chart, MSS. Okay. All right. Now, I happen to like this in this range because I can see that there's a line of resistance right up here for sure. Okay. And it really gets the strongest resistance right about there. So that's the heaviest resistance line that exists from the past. Okay. Right there. Okay. Just be aware of that. Now, the next line of resistance is really right around this region here, right there. And you can see they're stabbed at it, stabbed at it, stabbed at it. So stabbed at it there, hit it there with the 5 day. So that's your next line of resistance. And I like it because the 5 day, as I can see here, and this is on a stock MSS, the 5 day is already crossed over that line. Now they did pull it back down, and now it's making a move back up. Let's go look at the 5 day to get a better look at it. There it is. See that? Shows it very clearly. And when you see the 5 day average, the light blue line, come down here and stop there, put a mark there and go, why did they stop it there? What was so important about that line? And then go back and look in history to see what its relevance is. So let's move to the 20 day. And now you see that line and you can determine why did they decide just now to stop on that line. Go back and take that number back. It's it's 82 cents, okay? Why? Well, there you go. Take a look, folks. You can clearly see that that line was established and herked and jerked a long time before in the pre-market they ran it down. And by the way, they ran this thing all day long down, and then the after hours they ran it down a little bit more, and it started to pull up at 8 o'clock. But then at 4 in the morning they started after it. They knocked it down all the way until the after hours of the next. So from 4 in the morning till 8 at night or 6 at night, they ran it down. Then it started to recover back by 8 p.m. And then they ran it down in the morning. Wow. So this thing's really been getting slaughtered. And this is MSS, MSS. But what I want you to see, it happens to be, is on the 5 day chart. There, you can clearly see that they just established that same line that goes back. And that price was at 82 cents. 82 cents. So that was a good buy right there this morning in the pre-market at 82. And folks, listen, this stock has never stopped right there. It didn't stop at all. From if this moves on up, it should go to here at least, okay? It should go about to here. Maybe even a little bit higher, but chances are it'll stop just below this line. They'll try to stop just below it. So I'm just letting you know this 5 day moving average, they just pulled it down and it's rising now. They're trying a little double hiccup, and then I think it could run. And I like to look at the 50 day and 45 that they just cradled the 5 day into, and then a back up she goes. And look at those 50 and 45 starting their reascent, just like they were doing here before they knocked the price down with a big old peck. A big old peck right there, folks. That's what that is. There's the roosters. There's the head of the woodpecker, and there he is pecking on it right there. Peck, peck, peck. And then off she goes. And then they come down here and peck on this line, peck on it. And then it goes on up because the 200 is rising too rapidly, and so is the 50 and 45 again. You highlight those, you can see them. Look at that. The 45 is rising above the 50 day down here right now. I tell you what, if that dark blue line keeps moving up, watch out. Watch this 5 day here too. Man, they're capitulating this on a rising 200, a rising 50, rising 45, and got this needle pointed right now. The 5 and 10 needle pointed. It'll be a good one to keep an eye on. I like it. I'm going to watch that one today. Pat Yeager called it out. Let's see how it's done on the 180-day chart. Mm, Man, that's a falling rock on the 180-day, though. Now, listen, Pat, this is what disturbs me about the stock. I see here several pushes above the 200-day and collapses. Then a push above the 200 and collapse. Then a push to the 200 and collapse. A push above the 200 and collapse. Push above the 200, collapse. Push above the 200, fail. Over the 200, fail again. Over the 200, watch out. Okay, you can just see this trend. Oh my gosh. So you just got to really be careful with this one, okay? All right, MSS, I would warn not to stay in it over the run, the quick run and get out. It's proven itself time and time again not to be able to hold over that 200-day average. Proven, 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 and proven over and over. And notice the distance from here above when it fell. It's the same as from right here to there. That distance from right here above is the same as from this distance to there. Be careful, my friend. And the stock was at 344 and then 250s, 211, dropped to 87 cents. 87. Listen, this is prime reverse split territory here. You better go over and and take a look here at reverse splits history, split history. Well, the last time they did one was December 8th, 2022. So that was 4 years ago. But they did one, folks. They did a 1 for 20 reverse split December 8th, 2022. And it was probably because their price went below $1 and they were being warned by a NASDAQ that they were going to be delisted. If you wanted to, you could go back to their history. And interesting enough, okay. I'm glad I looked at that because it was still looking at the old stock that was up there. So MSS, here it is. They did a split April 24th, 2026. 1 for 10. Well, that sucks. I'm going to look at a 90-day chart on this. Well, that's another thing on MSS. They did a reverse split April 24th. That's right around this time right here. That's probably why it dropped so drastically then. But I'm warning you, this stock has a repeated history of going over the 200 that far and falling, going over the 200 and falling, over the 200 and falling, over the 200 and most likely falling. Okay. And especially since the numbers had 88 cents, I would never buy at 88 cents. 87, 88 is on my buy sell sheet as a sell. Right over here, it tells you, and this is a very common number, sell 86, 87, 88. Very common number to sell. All right. So you've been warned about that one. 88 cents is on my buy sell sheet. And number two, look how high it is over the 200 right now. Be careful. Warning, warning, warning. All right. FCEL. FCEL. All right. Well, holy cow. It's finally made it. Folks, I can remember this stock 5 years ago was in the $4 range, I believe. Yeah, there it is. Not even that long ago. Look at that. 358 a share. May the 12th, folks. May the 12th. A year ago. I'm telling you. F cell. Now, be you aware of this stock. There will be major resistance at this line right here. Uh-oh, sorry. Okay. So where this thing dropped to and then came up and then dropped, there's going to be up to down back up. But I want you to see something, folks. There's a massive increase in volume coming in on the stock right now. But from here, it should go to this price right here. And then from there, it will go to that point right there. Right there. All right. So we're going to put a line there. And then from there, it will go to this point right here. Right there. It'll go to there. And we're going to put a line of resistance right there. So you know where to sell it. So you know where to sell some, folks. Not all of it. Sell some of it. Then sell some here. After that, it goes all the way up, man. It's going to gap up after that like crazy. I'm telling you, once this 5 day light blue line crosses that top line, this thing is going to go ballistic. Okay. All right. Because at one time, this stock was at $76.26, 20 cents a share. All right. Now, let's take a look at this a little bit tighter now. Let's come in here and get on this, highlight this a little bit. All right. There they are. F cell. And they sure did take it to that line right there, 37.26, and they yanked it down from 37.26. They sure have dropped it to 28.23. Wow, a $9 drop off that line. But see, this is a perfect example of why you should have sold some at that line. And you would have known to sell some there if you had gone back and tracked its history and see where that resistance was already. And you could have made a lot of money off of that. A $9 drop. Just letting you know. And now that was on FCEL by R. Richie B. And let's take a look at it now on the 1 week chart, the 5 day. Okay. There's the 5 day. So again, I point out that line of resistance you should have had no surprise buy that they would stop it there, and they would stop it there the day before. That is a line of resistance because they know if it goes over that it's going to jump up to here. And they're aware of that. If the 5 day crossed that line, they were going to be in trouble and it would go up to here. And so they stopped it there once, two, three, four, five, six, 7 times. They stopped it there 7 times. And that was resistance. But again, if you go back and look at the history of the stock, that will help you determine this line of resistance where they just took it down to right there and bounced it off of. Why did they stop it there? Well, put a line right there and then go back and look and see why did they stop it there? Ah, look at them stop that line from rising above there. This one right here, right there, that's the point. That's the reason they bounced it off of it right there, because it was already a point of resistance right there. They knew that there was resistance at this level. They knew it. So they just took it down to that, boom, and then off she goes. Okay, I do like the look of this one, FCEL. 2867 bid, 2885 ask. All right. But listen, folks, just so you're aware, you see that high of 38 that it hit? Well, you better take a look right here on my buy sell sheet because one of the numbers on it right there is 38, ladies and gentlemen, right there in the middle of your screen. That is a sell 37, 38. Okay. And that proves it right there. That proves it. 37 and 38 are sells, people. Big time sell numbers. All right. Now, uh, I've got a lot of people here. These are all the stocks that have been called out this morning. I'm trying to look at all of them right now. And I'm just going to provide and you're going to decide. Okay. So this is F cell right now, what it's looking like. F cell. Okay. And there has been resistance on this stock heavily right here on this point. So just be aware if it can break over this amount, and that amount is if the 5 day crosses that 29.75, then it should make a nice move. It really needs to get over this line too. There's two of them here that it needs to get over. But if it gets over that second top line, which is 30.20, 30.20. If it gets over 30.20, it should make a nice move all the way up to right about there. 30.20, it should go to 31.55, 31.50. And that's on F cell, everyone, just so you know, okay? It gets above 31.50 and then it runs up to this range right here, right there. Gets above that, it runs up to there. Then it runs to there. Then it comes up to this level right there. All right, this is how this works, folks. It's called mirror trading. Look at the 5 day blue moving average. See the bottom on it, the bottom on it, the bottom on it. Once, twice, three, four, 5 times the top on it. One, two, three, four. Then it goes over that and it comes to this number right here where there was resistance to the 5 day right there. Then it jumps up to right there where there was resistance to the 5 day. Then it comes up to right there where there was resistance to the 5 day. Then it jumps up to here. You can just see everywhere there is resistance, and you put those lines in. And then as the price rises and this 5 day gets to this line, you sell a little bit of it and then wait for it to pull back. And then the 5 day gets to that line, you sell a little bit of it, and then it pulls to this one. And then it comes over this one again, and it comes up to that one, and you sell a little bit of it because there's going to be resistance there, folks. It's a proven resistance point. So you just sell a little bit of it there, and then it pulls back a little, then it goes on up here. All right. The way it fell is the way of the past is the way of the future. The pathway of the past is the pathway of the future. All right, F cell. There it is, right there. I just provided information on that. You be the judge. Next, ELAB. ELAB was called out this morning by Dave Sanders. Thank you, Dave. That's what it looks like right now. ELAB. I don't see any news on them at all. Let's look at the 20-day. Okay. Well, it's got, unfortunately, a trending downward longest average. The 200 is downward on this 20-day. And so is the trending 50-day. I don't like that about it. The longest term averages are moving in a downward direction, meaning the momentum and the trend, the current trend over the last 20 days has been down. And you can clearly see that. Oh, yeah, just dropping and dropping and dropping. That 200 falling and falling and falling. Now, though, this might be right here is where the consolidation, the capitulation, and the convergence occurred, because it was at that point the 5 and the 10-day and the 50 all came together and converged right there. Be a good one to keep an eye on today. ELAB closed at 118, bid now 126, ask 127. All right, ELAB. That looks interesting. Now, SUNE. Whew, man, that one has just been brutalized. Again, let's look at the 180-day chart. Well, one thing's for sure, that friggin' 200 has never stopped rising on this ever since they ran it up. See, the news on this company that ran it up on the 8th, the news was that SUNE Energy and Suniva were going to merge. They entered into a definitive merger agreement. Sunation Energy deal represents a premium of about 100% over SUNE's most recent closing price. Sunation Energy stockholders are expected to own equity with an implied value of about 226 per share. Well, what do you know? The price right now on the stock is 224. So it was on the 8th that Sunation Energy enters are trading higher after the company announced a merger with Suniva to accelerate U.S. solar cell manufacturing expansion. I looked at this company a while back, and I know also that they were awarded for the top producer of sun energy expansion in the New York area, Long Island, I think, area. Well, this is it right here on the long term chart, and I don't like that falling 50 and 45 day. I'll tell you that now. talent to great. I don't like the look of that falling in 50 and 45. On the longest term here, 180 day, man, they're really falling. Now, I do like that steadily rising 200. So it's a hard call. It could bounce off this 200. They could bring everything together and just completely capitulate this thing with this 200 coming together, the 50, the 5, the everything just merge it into a 5 days from now. We'll see what this thing does 5 days from now. If they keep trying to push this all together, or if the gravity of this rising 200 will just shove the 5 and 10 up. We'll see if that rising 200 has enough energy behind it to just shove these up right up through the 50. We'll see what happens. It'll be interesting. But I'm not guaranteeing you anything on that one for sure. That's a tough call. All right, let's get over here. Hey, folks, it's 8:56. Can you guys do me a favor? It's 8:56, and I'd appreciate it very much if you guys would consider at 8:56 and 56 seconds hitting the like button for me, okay? So we're gonna do this countdown and hit the like button if you wouldn't mind, and we'll do it at 8:56 and 56 seconds. So let's turn this around here. There we go. There it is. And now we're gonna do it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button. And if you wouldn't mind, also come down here and click on the save button. Not just the like button, but there should be a save button if you're on a computer. I'm not sure where it is if you have a phone, but anyway, there's a way usually to hit the like button and the save button. And if I go over here to my day trade stream, here we go. Go to view channel and click on live. Okay. And those are all of my planned future. There we go. The science of day trading. Today we will be listening to the science of day trading. 63 watching right now. So let's get on up here and see what else is going on. And thank you for all the love. I see thank you very much. There's a heart on for you. And oh yes, I appreciate that. Oh yes. Oh yeah. There we go. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, let's take a look at some other stocks here. KIDZ, Jayhawk. Okay. Oh, up 95%. Thank you very much. We know that one can move. I've made money on it before. Amen in Jesus' name. And there are 13 reverse splits today. Wow, man. The sky looks so jazzled up on frequency this morning. Barely breathed with all the aluminum in the air with the humidity the last week. Ah, yes. Gotcha. Wish I had 100 cloudbusters in the ground. Yeah, those I know about that technology that was coming out that the American people were beginning to use to bust up clouds, and I also know that it was completely banned by the United States government, and I can't remember which president was behind it to push to negatively have an effect on those copper rods, and but he and a lot of lobbyists, they lobbied heavily to get those removed from the public's hands so that we couldn't do anything. But yes, I understand all about that technology. COPX, John Connor. Yes, that's true. Yep. KIDZ AI wins 2026 award and unveils KIDZ bot AI robotics platform. Got it. Got to get me some Ormus. COPX. Sorry, I typed wrong. COPX. Sorry, I typed wrong. I got COPX. Hey, Jayhawk, thank you. Sending the chili for 6 jewels. Woo, man, that jumped up my jewel count very quickly. My gifts, jewels went up to 879. Thank you very, very much. Jayhawk, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, there's a cloud too, with some beautiful pink heart, a pink hearted cloud. Oh man, that's nice. Don Bordelon, morning all. MH, MLI. All right. Thank you, MHCJ1GZ. I gotcha. I played FI at the IPO and made a few bucks. Okay. Jayhawk's calling out S dot. Got it. Yep, Tesla might be a rip up. It breaks 402. Good earnings, better than expected. Yeah, good. ASX might be a good long for you, Cat. Okay. ASX. Well, let's go look and see if that holds up under the long list requirement. So we'll come over here and type in ASX. And for those of you that are new to this channel, I don't just day trade. I also have stocks I'm long on, and we're going to look at this one now, ASX. Oh yeah, that is a very nice player. Okay, you can see number one, the volume has really started to build on this stock as we speak, and you can also see over here if you take a look at these days, and I wish this is the 5 day right here, and on the 5 day chart, it's down a little bit, and on the 10 day chart, it's also down a little bit. But on the 30-day chart, it is up 7%. That's nice. And on the 1 year chart, it is up 299%. And it has a this has the huge 3.028 billion, wow, $3 billion market cap, trading 63 times profit to earnings, PE ratio 63x. Wow, and that one does qualify for my long list for sure. And I appreciate that very much for that call out right there. Thank you. That was a good one. Okay, give me just a minute here, folks. I'm trying to get caught all up. ASX. Who called that out? Hold on. Oh, Jayhawk did. Good. Thank you, Jayhawk. All right. And let's go look at that ASX a little bit more in detail. Oh, yeah, that looks extremely good. Looks very good. I like it, Jayhawk. And to me, it looks like buy below the 50 every time. Just catch that little pullback below the 50 every 5, 10 days, 10 days, 20 days. Buy below the 200, buy below the 2, buy below the 2, buy below the 50, below the 50, below the 50, below the 50. All right. ASX closed at 41.87. That looks really good. I like it. Thank you for calling that one out. ASX, Jayhawk, I thank you for that. Oh, jeez. All right. My lamp just decided to malfunction on me. All right. Whew. Anyway, that one does look good. I like that one very much. On the 180-day chart, it looks extremely promising. All right. And thank you for calling that one out. All right. And I got MLI, DSY, and YRD. All right, got it, happy boy. Got it. Ernest Green, what do you think of a stock SOMS? Let's take a look. All right. AIBZ, Rudiggity. Got it. Weavesters, hello there. John Connor, again, I'm sorry, COPX. Yes, ETF. Okay. Prince Cash 1000. Good morning, Sensei. Lucy, LUCY. We've made some money on that in the past, Jayhawk. That one can really move. Plug Power. Well, I used to be behind that company quite a bit, but unfortunately, their CEO was horrendous. Marsh was his last name, and he couldn't help that company advance in any way. And I know that he's been removed, and now they've got someone else in there in the driver's seat. That's good. But I haven't done a lot of research on him since then. Peter Signoretti. But I'll take a look at them because they might be worth another look. All right. And we're almost at the bottom here where I can start looking these up. Tony Henry, PNBK. GMEX, Jayhawk. The Savvy Traveler. Morning, lads. I've been riding TPET at 30 for 2 weeks. I think it's getting ready to pop. All right. Thank you. And Jayhawk, thank you for the heart cloud. I got you on the list again. And thank you very much, Tony Henry. High five for 100 joules. Thank you, Tony Henry. I certainly do appreciate that. And your name will be going on the drawing for Friday's drawing. Let's see here. I'm almost at the bottom. Countries have become unlivable. Yep. GMEX just did a reverse split, 1 for 9 on July 2nd. Okay. Thank you for letting me know that. It's good to know. Rudiggity calls out JEM. All right. GMEX has a dividend, really extremely high dividend. Let's go look at it. GMEX and see what it is. GMEX. Holy crap. Their dividend 50 $50, 5,182% dividend. I can tell you something. There's no volume on this stock. It has no volume though to speak of. Okay, there's just nothing there. You can't see any candlesticks. You can't see anything in there. Look at the other ones up above here. And you can see no volume on this thing at all. Well, that stock is not going to meet my criteria, GMEX. So we'll clear that row. There we go. And we'll try another one in the future. But that one doesn't work for my list. It won't make my list for a dividend stock. All right. Okay, let's get to looking at these stocks. We got a lot here that people have called out. Happy Boy says DSY. Well, there's the 180-day chart on it. Looks like it made a run up 5 days ago and just getting pulverized ever since. But they have got it completely consolidated down and converging together. This is a nice 50-day rising. The 200 is slightly rising. We should see a bounce somewhere. We should see a bounce, but you never know. This stock closed at 447 a share, and now the bid is 365, and the ask is 380. It's a pretty big spread between the bid and the ask. 365 and 380, 15-cent spread. DSY. Have they had any news? Big Tree Cloud Holdings. I don't see any news at all. I'm sorry, I don't see any news on this stock DSY to talk about why it's falling. Um, on June the 11th, shares were trading on Thursday lower after the stock posted a massive gain during Wednesday's regular trading session before pulling back sharply in after hours trading. DSY shares surged 291% during the regular session to close at 720 before falling 36% to 459 in after hours trading. God. Big Tree Cloud focuses on investment in China's personal care industry and is expanding into the AI sector. Investors' attention may be focused on the company's upcoming NASDAQ compliance deadline. According to prior company disclosures and market reports, the Big Tree Cloud has until June 29th to regain compliance with certain NASDAQ market value requirements, making the deadline a key focus for speculative traders. The company executed a 1-for-20 reverse stock split that became effective on February 23rd, 2026. Adding to the speculative interest, the company has recently highlighted its AI related business initiatives and previously announced initial enterprise technical service contracts tied to its artificial intelligence platform strategy. Trading activity surged well above normal levels, with volume reaching 113 million, when they only averaged 21,480 shares. Well, folks, that's DSY. The news on DSY. There really isn't any, and I don't feel compelled to get in on the stock right now. But thank you for calling it out. Happy boy. The problem is with it, Happy boy, it doesn't seem to have any volume coming in here anymore. It's having a tough time with any real volume at all, and that's hard on it. All right, next, and let's just look at the 180-day chart on this before we leave it, or the 3 year. Yeah, there's a saying that goes, "Never try to catch a falling rock," but this one actually looks like it might have reached its bottom at 167 back on June the 1st, 167 a share. And this is what it's doing right now on the 3 year chart. Well, there is a line of resistance there at 508. And it looks like it got almost right to the 508 line and then fell. All right, let's look at the 1 week chart. Well, I mean, it looks like it might be consolidating right here on this line where it stopped once right there before. I just don't like this 50-day falling through this 200. That is scary. That's scary right there. That 50 cracking down through that 200. Ugh, that's ugly. You have to keep your eye on it though. All right? Cuz it could be ready to make a nice move back up over and eclipse this candlestick with this one. But they're pulling it back right now. They just sold against it right then. They're selling against it. Over the last 15 minutes, there's been 2 to 1 buyers versus sellers versus buyers. And over the last 30 minutes, there's been even more because in the first 15-minute segment, there was all sellers. Here, there's some buyers starting to pull in on it. You can see the buyers, the green on the outside, starting to come in. But it's a tough one, man. It's a tough one to call. Like I said, it's a hard one to think about getting in when the 50 is crossing below and the 45 is crossing below the the falling 200. Now that's just on the 1 day chart. I know it's different if you look at the longest term. If you look at the 180-day chart, you can see that right now the 200 really isn't falling anymore. It's starting to sort of starting to make a move upwards, it looks like. And we'll see what happens, man. Watching that 5 day here, if it can come back up level and then come back up over this, we could see a nice move. There is a triple crossover that started 2 days ago with the current price, the orange 10 day, and the 50 day rose off the 200. So that's where the real convergence and consolidation was when they all came together at a point right there. Boom. Now they're trying to converge it again, folks. Well, it closed at 447. The bid is 368 and the ask is 381. I provide, you decide. DSY. Thank you for calling it out, happy boy. Next one, YRD. Okay, again, a steadily falling 200 day, a steadily falling 50 day. And even though this has gotten above that 50, it's always rejected over the 50, rejected over the 50, rejected over the 50, rejected. Or will it be different this time? Will it be different? I do like that right there. Now, if you're joining me late here to the show today, these are the stocks that have been called out this morning already. We've looked at all these stocks already this morning, and we've got more to look at too. We've got more. We've got more. But those are the stocks that have been called out this morning. And someone calling out JEM. I want to look at that. But I want to look at these on the 1 day chart right now. And I think I might have missed KIDZ. KIDZ, which was called out early this morning. This was called out by Jayhawk, up 95%. And it hit a high of $1.45, $1.48. Reached a high of $1.48. At what time was that? 8:12 a.m. 8:12 a.m. High 148. And this has now become a line of resistance. Well, it hasn't now become one. It's been one. Okay. I'll just show it to you. Right here where the 5 day came up and then stopped. That's the light blue line. It came up and stopped right there. It stopped there. It stopped there. Stopped there. Stopped there. Broke over. Dropped below. Broke over again. This is a main line of resistance, folks. The next main line of resistance is going to be right here. And that is at 122 a share. And you can just call it 120. Then there's going to be a line of resistance. There's a line of resistance right there. You can clearly see that right there. 133, folks, will be a line of resistance. And then the last line of resistance before it breaks out will be this one right here. And that price is 140. You might as well sell 141, 42, 43, and 44. All right. So these points that I just put in are lines of resistance, folks. There's another one right there. Look at how they brought that 5-day down and stopped it right there on that line. That line. 120, folks. 119, 120. If it breaks 120 here, then it's going to go up to here. 122. If it breaks that, it's going to jump up to here. 133. You might as well start selling 130, 131, 32, and 33 because it will pull back from there. 133 will pull back to 125 minimum, maybe 122. All right. This is on the stock KIDZ, and I'm going to trade this one today. That's going to be my day trader. Jayhawk, thank you for calling that out. It's up 95%. The high was $1.48. And we are 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes away from the market opening. For those of you that are here, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't mind to come over here and hit the like button here at the same time. I'd appreciate that very much. And once we get further on into the day, now I also want to look here at S dot. SDOT. All right, so the time is 9:27, and in 1 minute, I would like for you all to do me a favor, if you wouldn't mind. In 1 minute, let's all hit the like button together, and that way we could get even more viewers over here. And I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't mind. Let's show some love in the tank. Let's get some love in here. Thank you very much. At 9:28:08, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hit the like button and we're going to sing a happy song. There we go. Ready? Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button. And also make sure you hit the save button down here. Hit that save button too, if you would, and that will even shoot the algorithm even higher. And there's a heart on for you, and a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a heart on for me, and a heart on for you. There's a heart on the screen, and all the shorts are getting screwed. Yay! Thank you for joining in with me, Catfish Tyler, for the Heart On song. If you're on your phone, you have to back out and save it before you can come back in. Ah, I see. Now we're looking at SDOT. SDOT right here, called out by Jayhawk as well. It closed at $50 a share. The bid is 60 and the ask is 61. And ladies and gentlemen, the opening bell is going to ring here in about 20 seconds from now. And I want to be trading. Let's go over here and look at JEM charts. JEM. And it has been trounced and is starting to climb. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be looking at the stock KIDZ. KIDZ trade. KIDZ. KIDZ. Enter. And it is at 119, 120, up 80% now. I'm going to hold off on it right now. I'm going to watch it a little bit. Chart. KIDZ. Uh-oh. There we go. KIDZ. And it is up 75%. And be careful, folks, with this one now. Be careful because there could have been a lot of buying coming in, and they could short this position right now and take it south, especially from 120 a share. 120 is a sell order. 120 is usually a sell, and now it's broken over that. And just give me a minute here. See which ones I want to make a move on this morning that I might be up on. See here. Trade. And I'm looking at KIDZ, now up only 61%, 110. Now I'm going to buy this here at 113. Coming in on KIDZ, buying 20 shares at market right here. And I want to buy it twice. And I don't hear any volume here. I don't know why my volume isn't playing. Well, I'm trying to buy at market here. And I'm buying KIDZ at market here. Ah, there we go. I got it at 113 and a half. It's finally filling these orders. KIDZ. And I really, oh, yeah, it's at 116 now. 119 now. I'll try and buy 116, 118, and 117. I'm buying KIDZ. The stock is up 75% right now. KIDZ. John Connor called out COPX. Let's have a look at that. COPX. There it is, COPX, ladies and gentlemen. And I just bought KIDZ at 113 and a half. COPX. Uh, it's looking pretty good here coming off that 200 day right now. COPX, folks. That looks pretty good. 5 days starting to rise. They pulled it down to the 200 exactly at 78.06. Next, let's take a look at this on a 20-day chart, COPX. And This is COPX on the 20-day. And boy, howdy, they don't want that thing breaking over that freaking 200 and running. They want to push that thing back down and consolidate it on this line as this rising 50 and 45 comes up. They don't want that crossover. They got to push that down. They got to get down here, folks. And they're going to take it down to 77.77. Yep, 77.77 COPX. Next, MLI, 1 day chart. MLI. Ah, MLI looks really good there, ladies and gentlemen. MLI. Triple crossover going on. Current price just went over. The 10-day orange is over. 5 day light blue shooting over the 200. And now the 50 and 45 breaking away over the 200. And a flat top green candlestick with virtually no wick on it at all. Man, triple upside crossover. Of course, they're going to try to smash this. They're going to try to come against this. They don't want this to happen. They don't want that to happen. Let's look at the 5 day chart on this. Oh, man. Absolute annihilation for 5 days. Absolute attrition for 5 days. Let's look at the 10 day. Wow, 10 days of slaughtering. And MLI, is there any news today for its salvation? MLI, Mueller. On June the 1st, Mueller Industries plans 2-for-1 forward stock split. 2-for-1's forward stock split on June the 1st, and a month later, they've fallen from $70 to 53 bucks. Wow. KIDZ at 133. Oh, wow, nice. Woo, I'm up 16 bucks on that. Well, you guys know me. I'm going to sell that. 133. Adios. 134. And let's go out. Yeah, I just sold 135.5. Now I'm going to try to sell 137. Oh, yeah. And I'm going to sell 138 right now. Bam. Out 138.5. And your buyback should be coming in here now at 130, ladies and gentlemen. 130. Buyback should be at 130 right now. And also, you can try for 130, 133 right now again, buyback. The 138's a sell, though, for sure. This is on KIDZ. They should easily be able to get back down to 133 here again. But the next number I'm going to sell is going to be 143. Whoa! Almost knocked my camera over. I'm sorry, everyone. Apologize. This is KIDZ I'm trading right here. Um, Now let's look at SOMS. This was called out by Ernest Green. And I don't see anything under SOMS, Ernest Green. Now let's try AIBZ, called out by Rudiggity. AIBZ. Well, somebody wants to buy a crap load of this at for 808, that's for sure. 808 and 804. Oh, yeah. AIBZ. Well, they're piling in on it, folks, at 808 right here. And they're dedicated to holding it there, it looks like. So, just got some KIDZ at 132 and a half. Good. 112. Oh, nice. Very nice. And I'm going to try to buy 20 at 131 now. And 20 at 132. And I'm up 2140 on KIDZ right now. And I'm going to try to buy 133, 135 now. I'm going to try to buy 136. 136. And she's already over 140 now. So the least you're probably going to get now is going to be 138. And she's at 141 now. And I'm going in at 139. Yep, she's rising nicely now, ladies and gentlemen. This is looking good. I just sold KIDZ at 143.5. Wow. Nice. And now I'm going to try to sell it at 144. And I just bought it at 135.5. All right. So I'm going to zoom out here using this button right up here. I'm going to be using this button. I'm going to zoom out so I can get closer to the numbers. And let's try and buy 137, 138. And as you can see right now, I'm at $30.60 on this position. And I just did pick up the 137.5. 137.5. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
Okay, and now I'm about to sell at 144. 60 shares at 140. Good morning, beautiful.
Good morning.
Everybody's got you on their prayers. Your mom is all in the prayers.
Have you been getting my text?
No, I haven't seen your text. No, I just called you to get an update. I can mute this. Hold on.
Mom hasn't even been there yet.
All right, everyone. I just wanted to let you know that I put you on mute briefly because I'm discussing the situation with my mother-in-law. I already told you to please put her in your prayers, and so I'm just getting the update on what's going on here. And thank you all for those of you that have put up a prayer for my mother-in-law. And so I'm just getting an update here, and ask you to please be kind and hold on for just a moment, and then I'll be right back. All right, I am back, ladies and gentlemen, in the flesh, and I want to thank you all for being here with me as I'm going to try to acquire some more shares of this now down in the 130 range. So we're going to try for 130, 60 shares there. 132, we're going to go for 132. Might as well go for 131 as well. We know they love that number to acquire back shares after they sell at the 140s, like I just did. And I have 160 shares of the stock, and my dollar cost average right now on it is 135.75. 135.75. I'm trying to acquire more and drop my dollar cost average. And right now it looks as though the number is 133. So I'm going to get my last buy of 133, and then this thing's probably off to the doggone races. And that is KIDZ, the stock we're buying. And I just lowered my dollar cost average to 135. Thank you very much, whoever gave me that opportunity to do that. And I just filled at 131.5 and dropped my DCA to 134.25. Nice. And now I might be able to get here 130, it looks like. 130 and a half I got. Good, good, good. Very nice. And they brought it right on down to 130 like I thought they would. That's why I said, why not put in 130? We know they love that number. We'll even see if we can get some 129 here. There we go. And I just got 126.5. Fabulous. 126. So they are indeed coming after KIDZ right now. Yep. 126 just picked up. That's a pretty nice drop from the 143.5 I sold. And that amount of a drop is pretty typical, 20 cents. When it's in this price range, 20 cents is pretty typical drop. All right. Rudiggity called out AIBZ. I looked at that. Let's take a look at LUCY right now. And this is, by the way, MLI. MLI. Now we're going to look at LUCY. LUCY on the run. Pulling it back right now, though. Got a wick on this candlestick from 119 down to what? 106. Okay. LUCY up 38%. And the previous pre-market high was 137. And when it was called out, man, that's a sell number on my sheet, 137. And they brought it down to 106 from there. Nice. What's the news on LUCY? Innovative Eyewear reports preliminary quarter two net sales of negative 99 of 99.99 million, up 71% year over year. Up 71% year over year. The stock is up 40% today, right now, 106 and a half. I don't know right there. We might want to watch and see what it does, Jayhawk. Next, Plug Power. Let's look at PLUG. Oh, by the way, let's take a look at let's take a look at the 20-day chart on this stock first. This is LUCY, been falling steadily for 20 days, and then this is the pop. Hit 137. Better watch that candlestick. If it keeps dropping here, you don't want in on that. You need to see there, it's starting to rise. LUCY, 105, 106. 105, 106. LUCY. 137 high already today. All right. We'll have to watch that. LUCY. That looks pretty interesting. Next, PLUG. We're going to go to the 1-day chart. And this is LUCY right now. So it might be a good spot to pick some of this up here. 103, 104, just underneath that 50-day, that distance. Because down here is where they ran it below the 50 that far. That far below the 50 at the open, and it sprung off that. Now the same amount below the 50, pretty much. And it looks to me like they're just going to keep herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herk it down. I mean, holy cow. Trying to kiss the ET right now on it. 102, 103, LUCY. You know what? I like it. I'm going to get some here, LUCY. And by the way, I'm up $142 now on KIDZ. Wow, it's jumped to $1.53. Nice. And my dollar cost average is 131. So I'm going to sell right here 60 shares, sell at market. And I just sold 154.5. I'm going to sell again because I always sell 54 and 55. Yep, that's 3 orders I just sold at 154.5. Now, have they halted this? I think they've halted this. Yep. 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 KIDZ halted up. Yep. Yep. I know. I see I'm up 145 on it right now, and they've halted it at 153, of course. Sometimes you see stocks that go up 600%, 700, 750, 800, and then other ones, they start to make their move, and you're going to profit real big, and they halt the thing up 125%. Well, I can buy Lucy, and I'm going to buy it. So I just bought Lucy at 107 and a half, 108 and a half, 108 and a half, 107 and a half, 108 and a half, 108 and a half. And there's already been a lot of buyers up here at 112, 113, 114, 115, 116. A lot of numbers higher than where we are now. And I just bought 1075. I like to go to 106 here if I could. Good call there, KIDZ Jayhawk. And just when the 30% stop losses are going to kick in. Now let's look at PLUG. I tell you what, I like Lucy right here, LUCY, where I just bought that under that 50-day. That was a good spot. Yep, she's gone now. She's out of here. LUCY on its launch pad. Now I want to look at PLUG. PLUG, ladies and gentlemen. Man, I wish I'd have got a hold of that right there. Wow. Wide plug power shares face volatile trading despite operational progress. Marginally higher during Monday's pre-market session as traders continue to digest the company's latest Europe execution update. Stocks edge higher, lower despite milestone hydrogen handover in Denmark. Plug chart trading lower by almost 2% on Wednesday as traders continue to digest the latest Europe execution update. Recent spark for Plug has been its progress in Denmark, where the company said it completed installation, commissioning, site acceptance testing, and handover of a 5 megawatt Gen Echo PEM electrolyzer system at the Made Power to X facility in Esbjerg, moving the site into active hydrogen production. At full capacity, Plug expects about 550 metric tons of green hydrogen per year, roughly 1,500 truckloads with output certified as renewable fuel of non biological origin under the ISCC scheme. All right. That's what's going on there. Plug Power, 272 bid, 273 ask. That's the chart on it right there on the 1 day chart, PLUG. I wouldn't necessarily get in right here. 272 is a sell number for me, but I will come in here and trade this. And but the 72 is a sell number. 72 and 73 are sell numbers. All right. Yeah. You might want to get in at 266 here. 266, 267, 268, 269, 270, but 272 and 273 are sell numbers, folks. And I wouldn't be buying there if I were you. Plug Power. I'd wait for the pullback from 72, 73 back down to 66, 67, 70. Oh, it's coming back down here. You watch. They always sell a 72, 73, folks. Here they come now, right down to 270. This will be the first order I'm going to fill right now at 270. I'm going to get 20 shares at 270 right now on PLUG. There we go. Come right on down. Let's get this right here 270, 269, 268. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting on a friend. PLUG. And let's look at now. Tony Henry called out PNBK. PNBK. And it is near its low of the day right now. PNBK not looking real good there. PNBK chart. This is PNBK right now. PNBK. What's the news on this stock today? Uh, July the 1st, Patriot Bank's agreement with Office of Comptroller of the Currency terminated. Patriot Bank's agreement with Office of Comptroller of the Currency terminated. July 1st. Patriot Bank's formal agreement with the OCC has been terminated. Effective June 30th. Patriot Bank's agreement with Office of Comptroller of the Currency terminated. All right. Plug. I just got it at 270. PNBK. Tony Henry, I don't think. Let's take a look at the longer term chart on this. PNBK. There it is right there. I do like the triple upside crossover 2 days ago, but sure enough, they're pulling this thing down right to that 45 and 50. But it looks pretty good. It's down 7.4% today as they try to compress this down to this rising 45 and rising 50. And I just bought plug at 268, which I knew I would. I told you 272 was a sell, 273 was a sell. That's why I wouldn't buy there. And that's why I'm getting 267 now. 6 cents lower. Getting some more now, even. Yep, 267. Oh, yeah, very nice. Let's see if we can get some 266 here. Should be pretty easy. Should be pretty easy to get 266 here. PLUG. This is plug power right here, folks. Been dropping over the last 20 days from 374 a share. 374 a share, ladies and gentlemen. And now look at it rising. Sitting that candlestick right on the 200-day average. Man, give me a 266 here. Well, I'll have to buy 267, I guess. I thought for sure they'd be able to get a 266 for sure, but I guess we're going to have to settle with 267 now. And this is PLUG. PLUG. Oh, yeah. I should be able to get at least one more 267 here. And let's go back over here now and look at our KIDZ. Oh, now I'm only up $78 after they halted it, folks. Yeah, they had to halt that thing at how much? 137. And they dropped it 25% since they halted it. And I just did get a 267 on plug. What do you know? They halt the stock when it's up 125%. And then after the halt, it's only up 100%. What do you know? And now it's only up 98% after they halted it. Halted at 153, then went to 162, and then I just bought it at 134. Now I just bought it at 135.5. $152, and they dropped it all the way down to 134. Oh God, it's just disgusting. So we're looking here now at KIDZ. KIDZ. Yeah, I'm in. And I just filled at 139.5, 140 and a half, 142 and a half, 143.5. This thing's out of here, folks. I'm going to sell 60 at 144, 60 at 145. Yep. And now up $104 on this position. Evo Ed, what is that one? Wait, Evo Ed. Yep, just sold 144. Now I'm going to come up and sell 146 and 147. Crossover on the MACD. Yep, thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jayhawk. RLMLF on the move up, 6.06%. Oh man, I think Double K bought some of that, so I bet you he'll be happy about that. Now looking at KIDZ up 108.12, up 105.91, up 107.37, up 108.29. I just sold it at 145.5, just sold it at 146.5. I'm now up 128 on this position. KIDZ, I'm sitting on 280 shares. Now I'm going to try to sell 148. Now I'm going to try to buy 136. I got a 137.5. Okay. Now I'm going to sell 142, 143, 144. Going to try to buy 134 here. And 135. and I'm up 109 on this position right now. KIDZ. Now I do want to look at FCEL, and it is near its high of the day. FCEL. On July the 2nd, fuel cell energy stocks shed at 11.9%, and today it's up 8.5%. FCEL. And this is what it looks like on the chart right now. FCEL. I told you if it broke over this line, it could make a nice move. And it broke that line again. Now it needs to break this line here. Oh boy. I'm telling you, man, if this 5 day comes up over and breaks over this line right here where it stopped before, that could be right there. It breaks that line, it's gone. All right. This is the line it needs to go over. The 5 day average needs to cross that line right there. And that price line happens to be at 30.48. 30.48. The 5 day needs to go over that, not the price like the current price is. But when the 5 day gets to that line, I would sell some of this stock. When this gets to 30.48, when the 5 day gets there, I'd sell a little of this. There it is now. And I'd be selling this right now at 30.55. 30.55. A little bit of it, I'd sell it at 30.55, folks. And it just hit 30.55 for the bid, and now the bid is 30.47. You see that? That's right. It hit 30.55 on the bid, and now the bid is 30.44. So there you go. 30.55 was your sell. And now the bid is 30.49 and the ask is 30.60. So again, 30.55, folks, they're going to try and stop it there. Watch it. Watch it. 30.58 now. Still, now it needs to cross over this. If it does, it's going to break away. If it can get over that line, watch out, folks. I'm telling you. If this blue 5 day can get over this line, who knows? Let's look at the 20 day chart. Oh, yeah. It makes a very nice move if it gets over that line right now, folks. If it gets over this line, 30.48, if it gets over that line, it's going to go all the way up here to 31.50, folks. There's nothing but a gap from this line right here. There's nothing but a gap all the way up to there. And there's a gap to there minimum. Okay. So this is where it's going to go. If it breaks this line, it's going to go to there, 31.55. 31.55, a dollar higher than it is right now. And this is on the stock FCEL. FCEL. You can clearly see that there's never been a stop from here all the way up to right there, 31.56. FCEL. It's never stopped in this range before. It never stopped in this range before. All right. It's probably going to run right back up to that line right there, 31.54, 31.55, 31.50. You should definitely be selling 31.49, 48. I just sold 140, 143 and a half on KIDZ. I just bought Lucy at 107.5. And I just got Lucy at 106 and 105.5. Nice. Now we're going to KIDZ. Boy, they're adamant about holding this thing here, aren't they? At 138, 136, 137, 138. KIDZ. I'll pick up some more here. So I'll try for some 136 here since they've got 3,683 there. Nice. I'll try for some 137 here since they got more here, 3,843. Look at those numbers, folks. And this is on KIDZ. So down here they can only get 3,600,000 at 136. And then here at 137, 3,800,000. So 700,000 more at 137 before they ran out of those. And now at 138, they've got 3,949,000. So they've got even more there, even more at 139. How lovely is that? How lovely is that? Even more. So down here, you got 3.6, and I bet you down here we got 3.5, right? No, 4.25 at 135. 4,258,000, folks, at 135. 4,258,000. And at 134, they only had 2,863,000. At 133, 2,962,000. And at 132, they didn't have a printable number, or 131. Neither one of the 131 or 32 had a printable number. They would not print the 132, which only had 1,696,000. But that 133, they printed 2,962,000. At 134, they printed 2,863,000. So it fell a little bit weak there. Then at 135, 4,258,000. Wow. At 136, 3,709,000. So they fell weak there. Now I kind of come up to 137 and put a buy order in there where they only had 3,875,000. Now 3,987,000 at 138. And I'm trying to buy there 3 million at one. Well, what did 139 have? 3,600,000 at 139. Well, jeepers, they ran out there. And now 4,700,000 at 140. I think that equals a record. 4,700,000 at 140. And down here I saw how many? 3,700,000, 3,800,000, 4,200,000, 4,200,000, 4,200,000. And then up here they got 4,700,000. And I just bought 135.5. Thank you, market makers. Yeah. Wow. And we're back up to 138. Now we're looking at the stock KIDZ, folks. This is what we're going to look at. KIDZ. One day chart on F cell looks like this. F cell. F cell. I like it, folks. It's broken that line of resistance and it's got a nice gap up above it. It's got a nice gap above it. F cell. up 8.48%. I provide, you decide, folks. F cell. Next, I want to look at LUCY, Lucy. Let's look at the 1 day chart, though. The 1 day chart. LUCY on the 1 day. Ah, nice. Man, I just picked up those sweet little buys down there, man. I was just waiting on those. And man, they came down there and filled those orders for me. Nice. LUCY. Nice. Oh, yeah. LUCY. And now the bid 108, ask 109. And I've got my dollar cost average down to 1076 now because of them dropping the prices down there to 106, 105 just then. And I just bought 20 KIDZ at 131.5. Oh, oh man, buying here at market 130 and a half and 131.5 again. 130 and a half. And the stock is up 91% right now. Up 91%. And it is 7:30 in the morning, and folks are starting to wake up out in the Midwest and out in the West. And they're seeing that this stock is up 91%, and they're starting to sell it. The people that are waking up out west, 3 hour difference, so it's 7:30 in the morning out in California. People are waking up out on the West Coast and seeing this stock is up 92%, and some of them are selling it, folks. That's just all there is to it. That's just the way it is. Uh, KIDZ. George Owen, sorry, I cannot trade FRTT. SUNE blew up my account. No, that you're incorrect in that. Take some of the SUNE, sell a little bit of it at a time, incrementally, sell 20 shares, take that money, move it over. If FRTT is running, move it over. FRTT, I see, is down 9.5% today, so I don't know why you'd want to have anything to do with that anyway. um, oh, hold on a minute here. So, for example, just so you can see JEM, I'm down on it a lot. I'm down, but it is at 147. The low this morning was I'm sorry, it's at 187. The low was 173. And I always tell you the number to buy a stock in to get in is 172, 173. However, I believe other stocks are going to run up faster at a faster rate and look better than this one. So I'm going to start selling this, even though I'm down on it. I don't care. I'm going to sell it even though I'm down on it. Okay. And I'm going to take this money that I'm down on this and I'm going to move it over onto a runner. And I'm not going to sell all of it. I've got a lot of shares of this. I've got a many, many, many shares of this. I got like $5,000 dollars worth of this stock, more than that, and I'm down big time on this. But I'm not going to hang around waiting for it to run back up. I can tell you that right now. That's not my method. That's not how I operate. All right. I don't just hang around waiting for it to go back up. That isn't going to happen. So now I'm going to go over here and look at some of these other ones that look better to me, like FCEL at 30.72, 30.80. It's a little pricey. Let's take a look at ELAB. ELAB at 142, maxed out at 128, 130, 136, 138, 140, all maxed out. And I like ELAB, so I'm going to buy here at market. I just bought it at 143. I'm going to try to buy it at 140 and 141 and 142. And the stock I'm buying is ELAB. This is the chart right now on LUCY. LUCY is looking very good here, so I'm going to come on in on that. LUCY. And now I'm up 12 on that one by market. And the stock is up 48%. I just bought it at 113.5. And I just got through filling orders on this at 105, folks. 105. And I just filled again at 113.5. 113.5. And this thing's out of here, folks. I just filled at 114.5. 114.5. 115.5. And I'm just coming in market share buys, 20 at a time. Well, actually, I've been doing 60, and now I'm at 115.5, and I've got 620 shares. The stock is up 50.66%. And I just somehow sold 114.5. So let's see if we can buy back at 113 now. I didn't mean to sell there, but we'll try to buy back at 113. And we'll even try to buy at 112. There we go. And I just bought ELAB at 140 a share. This is, by the way, LUCY right here now. LUCY. And as you can see, one of the lines that this needs to break over is this one right here. There's no question about it. There's actually two lines, but this is one of them. And another one is right here. It's got to get over these two lines right here. All right. LUCY. It needs to get over this line. Then it breaks to there. It breaks that line. And then she's off to the moon. She's going to go from there right on up to right here, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. And that price is 129, 130 basically. And I just bought LUCY at 112 and a half. And looking at the 1 day chart on it. Now let's look at LUCY. Wow. Look at that 20-day chart, folks. LUCY. And man, we know this stock can move. We bought it and we've made money on this before. Big money. LUCY. Look at that. The current price is over. Then the 5 day breaks the 200. The 10-day breaks the 200. And now the 45 days about to break the 200. And the 50-day going to break the 200, folks. LUCY. Triple upside crossover if this 50-day comes up over this 200, folks. And just so you know, there's a lot of buying going on down here. 2-to-1 buyers versus sellers in that 1 hour candlestick right there. And now just slightly advantage of sellers over buyers here. And now they're actually equal. By the way, just in case you didn't know this, the United States had a match against Bosnia and Herzegovina, and during that match, our number one highest scoring soccer player accidentally stepped on the ankle of one of the other players while they were both pursuing the ball at the same time, and it just was an accident. He stepped on his ankle, twisted it, but the referee, came over there and gave him uh, no. Actually, at the time of the initial play, nothing was called, nothing. And then all of a sudden, they got a call in his ear from the referee, said, "Go check the monitor." So he goes off this running off the field for a minute or two, and he's looking at this TV monitor. And then he comes back out on the field and he says, "The player stepped on his ankle, red card," and kicked him out of the match, meaning he was not only out of that match, but disqualified from this next match tonight against Belgium. Well, you may have heard that got overturned. And so now our number one goal scorer is going to be playing in tonight's match, USA versus Belgium. And so be there or be square. Alexa, what time does the United States soccer team play tonight?
United States and Belgium will face off at Lumen Field tonight at 8 p.m.
Alexa, stop. 8 p.m. Okay, thank you about KIDZ. I appreciate it. All right. KIDZ. Thank you. I see I'm up 116 on that position right now. And 138. Okay. Well, those are actually buy numbers. Um, you do want to sell right now at 143. So I'll put in 60 at 143 and 60 at 144. Yep. Prince Ash 1000. 5 day chart looks golden. No, those stocks blew up my account. ZCMD popping. ZCMD. Thank you, Port Bear. ZCMD Port Bear. Okay. Let's go look at it. BCMD. BCMD. Uh, ZCMD. I'm sorry, ZCMD. Well, I don't know, man. That thing has really been dropping, and you don't want to usually try to catch a falling knife. I see it right now started to spike, and then they pulled it down off that candlestick back down below, but they've consolidated this heavily. Stock is up 109%. 750 a share? Why? Oh gosh. ZCMD surges 200% after hours. Here's why. Zhongchao Incorporated NASDAQ ZCMD shares are trending on Friday. Shares of the Shanghai based internet technology platforms serving cancer and other major disease patients surged 209% to 3.44 in after hours trading Thursday, reversing a 0.89% regular session decline. Volume for the session rose to 23.99 million shares compared with an average of 1.58 million, including significantly elevated trading activity. Zhongchao completed a 1-for-3 share consolidation effective on Monday, according to the company's announcement last week. The move was approved by shareholders and the board on June 18th and aimed to help Zhongchao maintain its NASDAQ capital market listing. God. The stock has dropped 99% over the last 12 months. All right. Okay. ZCMD. Let's look at the 1 day chart on it. Well, it started to try to make a move back up over the 200, but they surely doused that. They doused that big time. And by the way, every attempt to move it over the 200 has been nothing but failure. 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 Unfortunately, ZCMD is not where I want to go. Not when it's up 102%. I'll look at that one tomorrow. That'll be a tomorrow 7-7 buy. Buy the dip. Buy the 945 dip tomorrow on this one. Up 102%. Up 102% at 10:45 a.m. All right. And it was up more than that, but I'm just showing where it is now. All right, ZCMD. Thank you for calling it out. Now I'm going to get back over here and look at Lucy. Lucy Goosey. Ah, yes, 114, 115. LUCY, ladies and gentlemen, LUCY. And I already told you if it breaks over this number, this 5 day, if it breaks over that 5 day, breaks over this line, it's going to make a move on up. We need to see this 5-day moving average come right up over this line and break this line, break this line. And you can see they know it, man. They're selling against this. They're selling against this. Oh, man. Sells Mortimer, sell Mortimer, sell Mortimer, sell. And they get a deep drop right there and it recedes right back up to the 50-day. Gonna sit that candle right on top of it. Watch. There it is right there. Just like I said, just what they would do. Sit that candle right on top of this 50-day average. Watch the bottom of it. Come up here. They're gonna sit it right there, right on that number. That's what I want to see anyway, for sure. There we go. Now bring that thing up. Boink, boink, boink. There it is. Perfect. Right like I said. Sitting it right on that 50-day. Sitting it right on the 50-day, folks. Market maker dream stock. Market makers holding it at the 50, holding it at the 50, hold the 50, hold the 50. Buyers are coming in though. You can see down here, they're not afraid to buy this right there. They're not afraid. Equal number of buyers as sellers right there on that line. Equal number of buyers and sellers because they consolidated it, folks. This is capitulation. This is the definition of convergence right here. They've got the 5-day, the 10-day, the 50-day, the 45, all in a nice little needle point package here. And by the way, their stab to the low was to here. Now they're just flat topping here. See that? Now you got a top. And pretty soon this thing's going to go green, most likely. Watch the same wick here. Well, they're trying to get people away from this, though. They're trying to rip the shares from people. The stock is up 43% today, folks. LUCY. 1030 rundown from 1030. Yep, 1033 to just now. They ran it down. Crocky Gator right there, folks. Look at right there, 1033 in the morning. You can clearly see it. It was 10:33 a.m. when they decided to create the crocodile image. And there it is right there. You can see it right there. There's your crocky gator. Got his eyeballs right above the water there. Got his eyes on the shorty right here. Eating him up right now. That's right. You might as well throw some shorty on the barbie. I'm just watching Lucy now, too. 88 Momo score. Gotcha. Buru Rising. Thank you for calling that out. KIDZ Rising. Okay, Buru Rising. Well, oh yeah, I can see that. That looks very promising. That looks good. Let's look at the 20-day chart on Buru. Oh man, it just can't hold over that 200. It just can't do it. It just can't hold it. It can't hold it. Can't hold it. Can't hold it. And shan't hold it again, most likely. Now, I see what it's doing right now, but look at him pulling that thing down right to that 200 there off that candlestick wick. And earlier this morning, this thing was all the way up to 1588, Savannah. 1588. Look at that thing curve now. By the way, the stock we're looking at is BURU. It's up 10.62%. See if we can find any news on Nibiru. Nibiru issues letter to shareholders on July the 2nd on transformation plan execution, initial revenue generation, and industrial platform build out. All right, we're looking at BURU up 10.78%. Trade. You know what? I like to look at that chart. BURU. I'll come in for 100 shares of that. And there's been a lot of buying down below this, folks, and a lot of accumulation down below this in the 12s, 12, 4, 5. 13s, low 13s. Now it's starting to rise. Stock is up 10.54% today, right now. And I'd really like to get my average to 1382. 1382. All right, now let's get back over to KIDZ. KIDZ. Nice. Well, I just sold some of this at 143 a share, and now I got to buy back at 127 just now. That is sweet. And this time I got a 128.5 and a 127.5. Yep, 127.5 again. Nice. 128.5. 131.5. Whoa! KIDZ. Those 127 and 128s I just got, and now we're at 131. Wow. And here is Buru right there, Buru. And now we're going to look at KIDZ. Uh, KIDZ. Boom. KIDZ. Big effort to sell against it now. 2-1 sellers over buyers as the shorts took up a position, I guess, when the price hit 149.96. I guess they shorted it at 149.96, folks, and then just tried to drive it down to 122. They did drive it down to 122, and I just got through buying 126, 127. TNON had it up again as well if you like penny stocks. Yep. Prince Cash 1000 says Lucy's the best looking chart at the moment. Yep. KIDZ rising close to halt. Okay. But right now, I actually see a lot of selling effort against KIDZ right here. There is a grand amount of selling effort to try to sell this down, but the RSI is really low. So I'm going to come in again on KIDZ right here. And I just got a 130.5. 129.5. Try to buy a 128 right now. Try and buy the 129. Yep, just got that. Yep, let's try that 129 again. And the stock I'm buying is KIDZ. This is the 20-day chart. Let's look at the 1-day chart. KIDZ. There is the 1-day chart on it right now. And look at them trying to herk and jerk this thing and barcode it right underneath this 50-day with a rising, steadily rising 200-day average. Just trying to barcode right underneath this, but you can see the 5-day just slowly rising there. Slowly rising. That 5 days slowly rising on KIDZ. The trend is definitely up right now. The 200 is rising. The 5 and 10-day are rising. Man, it looks good. KIDZ. Look at that. Look at that little herk and jerk and 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 herk. Oh man, with that 50 here and the rising 200 down below, folks, it's going to pull this 5 right up over this 50 in a moment. The 200 is going to push it from the bottom, and the gravity of the 50 above is going to pull it from the top. And up it goes, folks. Just watch. KIDZ. KIDZ. And I'm going to buy it again at market right now, 20 shares. And I just got a 129.5. And I'm going to buy it again at market now. And I got 129.5 again. And the chart I'm looking at is right here, KIDZ, with a very nice looking 5-day and 10-day smoothly running along together, rising slowly as they approach this 50-day, being pushed upwards by the long-term 200-day moving average below here. KIDZ, that's the stock I'm buying. It is up 90.47% now. And everybody's already woke up out in California. It's now almost 11. So 10, 9, 8 a.m. in California. So everybody's up. They've already sold. And now the buyers are coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Here they come. And we're going to trade this again and come in. 20 shares, buy it, market. And I just filled at 131.5. 131.5 after all the 127s and 128s I just bought. And I'm going to buy one more time here at 132.5. And I'm up $99 on this position. Now up $106 on this position today. And the price is now at 133, 134. I'm sitting on 740 shares and I'm up $106 on this position. The bid is 133. The ask is 134. This is the stock I'm looking at right here, KIDZ. You can see the 5-day is crossing over the 50 now. You can see the 10-day is about to cross the 50. You can see a green flat top candlestick piston here just shoving this thing up. And I tell you, there's not going to be much letting air out of this. They're trying to let the air out now. Let's see what we can do. Sit it right on this line of resistance? No, we got a top going. Watch this thing go up, folks, and watch it flat top green here. Watch it flat top green. That's right. Flat top green on this stock right now. And look at the buyers coming in, folks. Look at the buyers versus the sellers. Look how green that is compared to the red. Look at that. The candlestick, green to red. Oh my goodness, look at that beautiful stock go up. KIDZ. Nice looking chart right now. KIDZ and LUCY are the best looking charts to me right now. LUCY is right here. LUCY. That is the best looking chart to me. I told you, listen, guys, I told you if this 5-day could break over that line, it would most likely rise all the way up to this price right there. The blue 5-day, folks, is going to rise all the way to here now, most likely, because it's never stopped in this region before on LUCY. It's never stopped through this region. Never. And it's going to go right on up, folks, to right there. When the blue 5 day gets to 129, you want to sell this stock wherever it is, LUCY. All right. But I already told you if that blue 5 day could break this line right here, that top line, I told you that it was going to make a move. And I was right because they tried to stop it there once, tried to stop it there twice, tried to stop it three, stopped it 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. The eighth time was the charm, folks. It broke it. And now this 5 day is most likely going to go all the way up to this price right here. And you should sell some of this stock when it gets there. And that price is 129, 130. All right. When the blue 5 day gets there, sell some, folks. Until then, I'm going to keep nibbling at it, buying it at market. And I just bought it at 131.5. And I'm currently up $88 on this position today. Yes, now up 91. And the stock we're trading is KIDZ. I also want to look at BURU right now, Buru. And I just bought some of that at 1368. And I'm trying to buy it close to 1366 is what I want. And I got it at 1368 again twice now. There's a whole bunch of shares being dumped here at 1368 too. BURU. I just filled at 1382. I just went green on it, folks. I got over there just in time to buy it when they drove it under my DCA. That was nice. And now I'm green on it. And I've only got 580 shares of this, but it's only 13 cents a share, so I don't have a lot invested in this. All right. Now, in case you're joining me late today, these are all the stocks that have been called out today. All right. These are all the stocks that have been called out today. As you can see, KIDZ, I put an asterisk beside that and decided to day trade it today. But there's a lot of them here, folks. A lot of them here. A lot of them. All right. In case you missed it, these are the ones that I was most interested in. Now we're looking at MSS. And by the way, this is LUCY right now. LUCY. LUCY. And now we're going to look at MSS. Ah, yep, they're holding this one down very, very nicely. They've got a real clamp on this thing. They got it really suppressed at 65 cents for the low. And I'm sure this was 66. Look at it rise now. Yeah, I just got through selling some of my JEM, and I moved it over to the one that I'm now up $98 on. So I'm going to keep doing it too. Yep. It's not getting smoked. It definitely isn't getting smoked. It already hit the low of 172, which is where I said it would be a good place to buy some of it. 172 and 173. But I'm going to definitely sell this. And I don't really care that I'm down on it. It doesn't matter. I don't hold I'm not a bag holder. Down on this, fine. I'll go up on another one, and I'm going to buy into with this money that I've got here now. All right. I have no idea what this thing is doing on me. JEM sell. There we go. There we go. And I just bought KIDZ at 128.5. I just bought it at 127.5. Sure are a lot of interested parties in JEM at 178 a share. I'm seeing that. And now we're going to go back over here to charts. And we want to look at several stocks that were called out this morning. We're going to go ahead and take a quick, brief rundown on all this. And ELAB. ELAB, you want to sell at 143, 144. And now I'm going to get rid of some stocks I'm up on today. DGNX, I'm up at 28.87. DGNX. DGNX, enter. Up 28.80 on this one today. So I'm going to sell this. It's at the high of the day. And I've got 720 shares. So I'm going to sell 200 at one. I just sold JEM at 179. So I'm going to sell 200 at 119, 200 at 118. There we go. Just sold 119. Up 31.40 on this now. And I'd like to sell 200 at 119, 200 at 120. And that's DGNX. I just sold 200 at 119. I've got 320 left. And I just sold 121. DGNX, ladies and gentlemen. DGNX. Now at its high, and I'm going to sell 122 and I'm going to be out. Yep. I'm hopefully going to sell 122 and I'll be out of this. DGNX. Yeah, Mark. DGN is short for degenerate. And degenerate is long for Mark. How do you like that? DGN is short for degenerate, and degenerate is long for Mark. G8597. Yep, yes, it did, Jayhawk. Fun to play with Elab. When do we see? JEM. Okay. A lot of buyers on JEM at 178, aren't there? All right. Going over back over here to chart. Elab just under the 50-day right now, looking good. We've already seen a line of resistance on this to the low at right here, right there. So we've already seen a resistance to this right there from running up, right there again, then right there from running up, then right here was the bottom resistance, and here the bottom resistance again. So this is the stock Elab. And I will buy right here 138. And I will come at that again 138. Now, if you're wondering why I'm buying this number, because on my buy sell sheet over here, there's some numbers and they are 37 and 38. You can see the buyback numbers right there 37, 38, 39. And that's why I'm buying right there at that number 138, because that's one of my accumulation numbers. And I just picked it up again at 138. Yep. And there is a mountain of buyers here in this range. There's a mountain of buyers. And I'm going to try to buy 137. And I'm going to try to buy 136 and 135 as well. EVTV is a nice gainer, but low volume. All right. I agree. It seems all the normal rules are thrown out. Yeah. Everything has changed significantly. I agree with all of you since these new trading uh, since the new trading processes have kicked in, and I'm seeing a significant difference. There's no question about it. There's definitely a difference. And these things are very much more volatile than they ever have been. That's for sure. So I want to thank whoever just dumped out a 136 share for my consumption. And I'm going to go there again, 136. And really, what I'd like to do is get my dollar cost average on this ELAB back down here to 138. And if it looks like just a couple more buys here and I'll have it at 138. if they keep giving me the 137s and 136s. And that'll be good because I really like to acquire shares on those numbers. And I really like my DCA to be at one of the numbers I have on my buy sell sheet, 138. And the next stock I'm going to go take a look at is one that was called out early this morning and that I decided to day trade today, KIDZ. And let's see if we can pick up right here, 126. Yep, and let's go there again. And I'm buying KIDZ. And I just got it at 126.5. Nice. Well, I'm grateful to whoever did that. 126.5, folks. And now I'm not going to come anywhere close to that with the market bid. I'm only going to get 128, it looks like. The 127.5. 127.5. And I'm coming in again now, KIDZ. And I'm buying at market 128.5. That's very nice. Here's the chart. Here's the chart on ELAB right now, folks. ELAB. ELAB. And it looks like it's getting ready to move nicely off of that line of resistance, folks, right now. ELAB. Okay, I'm just showing it to you. I provide, you decide. There's the double bottom right off that line. And now she's moving very nicely back up over, it looks like. This is ELAB. And so they brought this thing down. They consolidated, they capitulated, they converted it, converged it all together, and off she goes. Yes, indeed. That's right, ELAB. And the line of resistance on this stock now that's going to be ahead of us is going to be right here, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the first line of resistance. And the second line of resistance will be right here, ladies and gentlemen, right at this number. So if we break that one and we break that one, she makes a nice move on up. And I'm showing you where the line of resistance is. Right there's one of them, and right there is the other one. Right here. Right here. Really need to move it down a smidge. Those are your two lines of resistance right there. And she's looking good, folks. This one here would have been right there where they took the 5-day blue line to and stopped it right there and bounced it. And then here we go, right back up over that line right now. Come on, 5-day, get up over that. And if the 5-day goes over that line, then the next line of resistance will be here at this one, this point. Right there, where they've been trying to hang around with it all day long, right there. Let's go over here and put in a line where this line of resistance should be. And ladies and gentlemen, you can see this line that we are now approaching, coming up to, which is $1.39. $1.39. I'm telling you, folks, if that 5-day blue average can come over $1.39, then it's going to make a move to this line right here. Oh, yeah. Very familiar line there. Look at that line of resistance right there. Going all the way up to there, right there. Yep. Breaks this line, comes up to that line. That's right. Breaks this line, then comes to this one. Right there. Breaks that line, and then it jumps all the way up to this one here. All right. There might be another little line of resistance right here. Right there. And that price is at 140. All right, folks, there it is. Watch it go, folks. Watch it. This is a stock ELAB up 17%. ELAB. And ELAB, I don't really see any news on this. Don't really see any news on it, but you can see how hard they're trying to keep it from going over that line right there. Pardon me. Really trying to keep it from getting over that line. And that's the same line they stopped it dead at right there. Stopped it dead right there, right on that line. So they don't want it to go over that line. You can see how heavily they just came against it when they tried to get over it. But nonetheless, on all these candlesticks, there's equal buyers, equal buyers, equal buyers. They're not afraid to buy here. They're not afraid to buy these numbers. KIDZ, I'm going to buy here again. 127.5. I just got KIDZ. Looking at the chart on this, KIDZ. There it is right there, folks. KIDZ. Oh, man. Look at that thing. Oh, it looks good. You know, during the last 2 hours this morning, this 200 day has never stopped from going up. It just keeps rising, keeps rising. And I'm going to tell you something. The momentum of this long-term moving average coming up through these lines of resistance, boom, 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 and going right over, man, it's going to shove that thing right up, folks. I'm telling you. That's why I'm buying this now. Yep, 125.5. I bought it, and I'm going to buy it again right now. 125.5. And I got it again at 125.5. And I just picked it up at 125. And I wanted it 124 as well. There it is. I'd love to get some 124 here. But I'm going to have to settle with 125, I see. Yep. And 125.5. And this is KIDZ. KIDZ. And listen, folks, I'm telling you, this is going to be the end of this down trouncing right here because this 200 day is going to shove that freaking 5 day right back up over that 50 and 45 above. Man, they're just consolidating this stock. And what I want you to be aware of, notice over here, when this stock was here and this line was resistance, please pay attention, folks, to what I'm going to show you right here. All right? This is what I want you to see very clearly. All right? From this line right here, where it was resistance to the rise, the 200 day was down here. From this line of resistance to the rise, the 200 day has risen to here. From this line of resistance to the rise, the 200 is here. From this line resistance to the drop, the 200 is now here. from this line, resistance to the drop, and the 200 is almost at the friggin' line, people, where they're bringing it to. The same line that they established over here when the 200 was way down here. They got it again here, and the 200 was here. They got it again here. The 200 was higher. They got it again here. And look where the 200 is now, ladies and gentlemen. And if you notice from this price, when it jumped up, it went nice up. From here, it went nicely up. From here, it went nicely up. It's because the 200 is just shoving this thing every time they try to push it down. And again, I mentioned to you, this is a line of resistance on that blue line the first time. Look where the 200 was. The second time, look where. The third time, look. The fourth time, look. The fifth time, look. And just now, look where the 200 is. It's going to shove this thing right up through this, folks. You watch and see. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And they know it too, and that's why they're buying the shit out of it at 125.5 right now. And I just got it again at 125.5. And I'm moving that money over from my JEM that I'm so down on, and I'm going to move it over to this one here right now and catch this little dipsy dip. Because, man, that chart says a lot when you see that 200-day over and over. And now I'm filling at 126.5. Yep, 126.5. And I'd really like to get 126 if I could. Come on, Shorty, give me one more buy at 126. I'm at $51 today on this position. Now, also, let's go over and take a look at what Lucy's doing right now. Oh, Lucy. Gonna come up over this average line right here and go right on up. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Blue line has come up over this line of resistance where they yanked it down. Now it's broken over that, folks. LUCY. LUCY. Oh, yeah. Up 112 on this position today. LUCY. Now we're going to come up here and we're going to sell 131. 131 we want to sell here. And we want to sell 132. Okay, and then 133. Oh, yeah, you want to sell that 133, folks. Trust me. Don't mess around. 130, 131, 132, 133. It doesn't even hurt to sell a 129, folks, which I often do. So we're going to go out here at 129 now. There we go. And now we're going to take a look back at KIDZ. Oh yeah, hanging around 126, trying to get people to sell to them. I'd love to get another 126 order in here, but looks like the lowest I can get here. And I just sold Lucy at 129.5. Nice. Woo woo. And I'm buying here uh KIDZ at 126. I just sold LUCY at 131 and a half. Nice. And this is LUCY right now, folks. And if this 5-day average can get up above this line right here, man, it could make a good move. Look at the 5-day chart. Oh my gosh. Man, oh man. There we go. Just sold Lucy 132 and a half. And I'm going to tell you, if this 5-day gets over this line, it's going to make a move. And I just sold 129 right there. There's a reason I sold there. And I just bought KIDZ at 117. Trade KIDZ coming after it now. Man, they just attacked it. Did they just do a public share offering or something? The heck? My shares are trading higher after the company announced it will unveil KidsBot. It'll be unveiling KidsBot, an AI robotics learning platform. Well, I'm going to buy here at 117. I guarantee you that. And I just got 118 and a half. Now 119 and a half. Jerking it around, folks. They're herking and jerking. And I'm all over this. You can hear me just buying here 60 shares at a time, 120 and a half now. And that's the end of that rundown. That was the drop and then the pop, baby. And still getting 120 and a half right now. Yep, 120 and a half. CLRO, lower band show support at 115, trading below VWAP, KIDZ. Yep. Prince Cash says KIDZ down trade is forming. Stay. Yep, yep. No, 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 no. I disagree. That was a great place to buy just then, 120 and a half. And I needed it because my dollar cost average was at 132. So I'm very, very glad that they just dropped that down to 120, 117, 116, where I just bought it. And it's very nice of them. I appreciate them doing that for me. I feel like they did it just for me. And they've only gotten 729,000 at this 120 number. Sold DGNX at 122. The savvy traveler says Elab is a no guy. Is he buying a dump? Yes. I just bought that dump. I bought the dump and now the pump comes. KIDZ. And now I'm having to fill 121 and a half after all those 117s. Oh, yeah. And this thing is done with that bull crap. Now we're 122 and a half. Yep, 122 and a half. Well, that was a nice little dump right there. Yep, I just got 122 and a half. And I'm not getting killed on this stock. No doubt about it. I'm only down 269 right now, filling at 122 and a half and 121.95. So when they try to shake it, when they try to shake the tree loose, when they try to shake everyone out of it, that's when you got to come in. You can't be afraid by that. LUCY, by the way, still on the fly, looking good. LUCY, nice. Now I'm going to trade LUCY. I'm up $92 and 40, 94, 90 on this. Got 500 shares, going to sell 60. All right, I'll sell 60 at 125, 60 at 126, 60 at 127. Okay. And that is LUCY. And there it is on the chart right there, LUCY. Let's take a look at TPET called out by John Connor. TPET. TPET. Looks like it's building a fairly decent little shoulder on it right now. Not a huge amount of volume on this stock. Not a huge amount. Kind of hit and go with this, hit and run. But TPET, this one called out by John Connor, and he said it could pop anytime. There's the 20-day chart on it right there. He says he's been playing this one a while, and it looks like it could pop. And he might be right. From here, man, this thing made a quick fall. That thing made a rapid fall over just 3 days over here. 3 days to collapse it down. So from this line, it could make a rapid rise again right off this line. TPET, that's what it looks like right now. TPET is the stock called out by John Connor. Looks pretty good. And what I like about it really more than anything is see where this is right here? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can see where the resistance line was before. This thing has broken over a line that was stopped at before. Stopped at, stopped it. This line right here has been a stopping point, and now it has broken over that stop point. And down here, the 5 and 10 day just crossed the 50-day average, and they're now crossing the 200. The 5 days crossed the 200, the 10 days crossing the 200, the 50-day is approaching the 200. And this is on TPET. TPET. Come on, KIDZ. Yeah. Sold Lucy at 125, 126. And now we're looking at KIDZ. that someone just made an attempt to re-achieve this morning's pre-market low. See that? This morning's pre-market low was down there, first of all, that low. And then the next low on it was there this morning, right there. And the next low on it was right here. And then the next low in the pre-market was right there. You can clearly see, very clearly see that this line right here, where they just took it down to, right there, that line. See that line? Look how that line there, where they just took it down to just now, that line. You see that line? Here, I'll highlight it for you so you can see it in blue. Make it easier for you to see it. That blue line that they just went to, and they actually took it down to this one. That blue line, look over here. Look at the bottom there once, twice, three times. Three times, folks, that line was achieved as a bottom. Once, twice, three times a bottom. And then here, they tried to trade it sideways before it took off. And here they are again, trying for that line just one more time, just then at 11:30. At 11:30, they tried for that line that they got this morning in the pre-market, and they dropped it to it once, twice, three times, right there. Three times the lady, low, triple tata, right there. Triple tata, total recall. Total recall. And then a sideways and launch. And there they are again, right there, same line. And now they're on this line, for gosh sakes. What does this line mean to them? Well, look how long they held it there before they herked and jerked. Look at them herking and jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking. Boom. And now here they are on that line again. The same line, folks. The same place where the high was stopped. The high was stopped. The high was stopped. And the high was stopped. The high was stopped. And right there, that was the low before it took off. That's this line now, folks, they're aiming for. Right now, that line is what they're aiming for. Right now. Trade. KIDZ. Come on in. The water's fine. Come on in. The water's fine. I think you should start your buying. Look at this. 2,200,000 shares at 118. How many they have at 117? They don't even have a printable number there. They don't even have a printable number, folks, at 117. Look at this. Here at 117 a share, they don't even have a number they can print. They've only got 569,000 at 117. We'll come up here and look at 118. 2,276 at 118. And at 119, how many they got? No printable number at 119. No printable number at 119. Just here, 118. 2,276,000 at 118. What was the 117 number? 569,150 at 117. And then at 118, 2,276,000. At 119, how much they get? 1,112,000 at 119. But they could get 2,270,000 at 118. And I just filled at 119.5. This is on KIDZ. Here's the chart. KIDZ. There it is, folks. There's your bottom right there. Boom, right on that line. Look at them bounce off that. And now they're over this line, which is another line of resistance. Look how they sat this candlestick right on that line there. Going to do it again right now. See, twice. Two candlesticks in a row sitting on that line. Two of them. Yeah, baby. Two candlesticks in a row right on that line, sitting the bottom of each one of them with a wick on both. The same wick on both. There's no way they're going to get this down below this price, folks. 118.98. And I'm going to buy at market here. 119.5 I just picked up. 119.5. Coming in again now here. And I got a 118.5. Yep, 118.5. And the stock I'm on is KIDZ. Now, let's go look at LUCY. LUCY. Oh, yeah, up 108 on LUCY today, folks. And I'm going to go over here, see if anything else I'm up on today that's moving up, maybe. Oh, yeah. LUC up 109. SVRE up 2182. SVRE. And I'm up 490 since I opened that position. Up 499 since I opened that position. SVRE. So I'm going to go over here and trade SVRE. Yeah, baby. Up $499 since I opened this position. Nice. And I'm going to sell it now. Man, I don't know who called that out a while back, but thank you very much. There we go. I just sold at 266. And I'm up $474 on this position since I opened it. And I'm going to get rid of all of it. And now I'm seeing buys come in here, folks, at 270 on it now. Nice. So I'll try to sell 400 at 270. And I'm sitting on 1,600 shares. I'm now up 500. Well, it says $472. I'm up on this stock since I opened the position on it. SVRE. And I'm not sure who called this one out. But I want to thank you for doing so. It's interesting. I'm looking over the last week's worth of call outs, and I don't see that one. But somebody had to call it out at some time or another. And I see numbers here now selling at 271. Bids 270 and 271. So I should be filling these orders here. And you can see now I'm up $602 on this position. And I don't like it when I look over here and I see my sell orders at prices below the current price. and they're not filling. See, the price they're filling at right now is 271, and my orders are down here below that, and none of them are filling. So I just remove them all. I think somebody called it out this morning, huh? No, that was SIVR. SIVR was called out by John Connor. I know that. But well, if they're not going to sell my orders, there we go. I just sold a 267, and I really want to sell all these while I'm up. Just sold at 267 again. And now I'll try for 268 and 269. And that's SVRE. Now I'm going to come back over here to LUCY, Lucy. And I'm up $99 on this position today, LUCY. Now up 101 on it. Hey, my plug, I'm up $4 on. And I'm going to clean up a few of these I only own a few shares of. ABCL, I'm up $4.10 on. ABCL, trade ABCL. There it is, Abcelera. And I'm just going to dump those shares. I'm up $3.90 since I got in. I only got 20 shares. Sell at market. And I'm out of ABCL. That was called out by John Connor on July the 1st. ABCL. Okay, going to go back over here to my monitor now and see what else I'm in that I might want to get out of. Uh, SRFM, Surf Air Mobile. SRFM, trade. SRFM. SRFM. And I'm down 83 cents since I opened this position. And my dollar cost average is at 99 cents. And I'm going to sell 160 shares of this right now. 160. So market. I'm down 83 cents on it. And I just got rid of them. I just sold it at 98 cents. And my bid dollar cost average was 99 cents. So I lost $9.60 on that. But we'll move it over to one of these runners. Monitor. Let's go back over here and see what else is up. AIIO. I am now up on $7.10 today. Let's see. AZI that I got into the other day. Trade AZI. I'm down on that one. AZI. And I'm going to sell my 160 shares of this. No, I've got more than that. And I'm down 16.20 today. So I'm going to sell this. We're going to find a runner to take it over to. All right. We're going to find a runner to move that over to. And let's see what else we've got here today that we want to get rid of. I'm up on BIYA. I'm going to trade that. I'm up about, it says 31.64 on that. BIYA. And yes, I'm up since I opened this position. I'm up $24.72. I've got 300 shares. Let's sell them. And I just made $24.72 on BIYA. Okay, monitor. What else have we got over here that we're up on? I am up on ZETA since I opened that. I'm up 16.95. ZETA trade. ZETA. Zeta. Zeta Global. And you can see today I'm up $17.68 on this. And I only have 10 shares of this, so I'm going to sell this right now at 21.66 ZETA sell market. And I'm out 21.66, and I made $9.60 on that one today. Now we're going over here to look at some more that we're up on, maybe. LUCY, I'm up now 86 on that. AGNC, I'm up 410 on this one. No, 410. AGNC. I'm going to trade that now. AGNC. I love Lucy. All right. AGNC. I'm up 405 on that, folks, and I've only got 10 shares. Well, 20, so I'm going to sell 20. And I'm just trying to clean house on a bunch of stocks that I only have 5 and 10 shares of. All right, so now I'm out of AGNC. What else have we got that we're up on today? Uh, TCNNF, LUCY, I'm up $92 on. Buru, I'm up $1.12 on. Plug, I'm up $3.50 on. ELAB, I'm down now $19 on. KIDZ, I'm down 78 on. SPCE, I'm getting out. SPCE, that one cost me. SPCE, I've got 880 shares of it. That one cost me $259, folks. SPCE. Monitor. Now what do we got here? AIIO. I'm up 7 on it today, but I'm down on it. And I've only got 20 shares. Sell market. And I'm going to take all this money that I now have to reinvest, which is $8,185, and I'm going to move it over onto a runner here this afternoon. Going back to monitor now, and I've thinned all this out. ILLR, Triller Group, called out recently. ILLR, I'm down on that one. And I'm up 140 on it today. I'm up 140.40 on it today. ILLR. But I want out of this. I've only got 60 shares. I'm going to sell it at market. And I'm out of ILLR. Adios, amigos. Okay. Monitor. What else have we got here? And I just went green on KIDZ. Yes, I'm up. I just went green on KIDZ. I just filled at 121.5. Filled at 121.5 again. And one more time, 121.5. Now 122.5. And again, 122.5. And now I'm up $36 on this position today, and that is on the stock KIDZ. Lots of shares here for our availability and a lot of cash to buy with. And I just got 120.5. And I'm grateful for those of you that are dumping out shares at 120.5 right here, allowing me to lower my DCA. And now I see a fraction of the shares here at 120 than I did at 121. 1,897 at 122. 124 saw a number they couldn't even print. 126, 127, 2,300,000 at 128. 2,300,000 at 128. And I'm ready to buy here at 119.5. And again, 119.5 I'm trying to pick up. Very nice. And let's see if we can get a 119 even. And they've only gotten 1,000,006 at 119, folks. Okay. 2,000,007 at 128, but only 1,000,006 at 119. And I just sold Lucy at 133.5. All right. Lucy on the run, baby. Yep, Lucy's flying. Yes. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on the lunchtime low, buying KIDZ on the lunchtime low. There it is right there. Right on that line of resistance that they so love right there. Well, I tell you what, look how they've shoved this thing down now. KIDZ. Boy, howdy. Look at that. What an accomplishment. And look at that big triple nut. One nut, two nut, three nut. Then a herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk. Triple nut and a herk and jerk, folks. And look at that 50-day and 45 right on the 200 there. Above the price being manipulated underneath it. And that's why I'm going to buy it here, folks. And I just got 120.5 twice. 120.5. One 19.5. Nice. Come on, shorty. Very nice. Another 119.5. Well, why can't you muster up a 19 anymore? What happened to all the 119s? You ran out at 1,000,007. I see up here at 120, you had 1,000,006 at 120. And you mustered up 1,000,007 at 119. That's strong. You had another 100,000 at 119 shorts. I just don't know why you can't fill another order for me at 119. You got all those and you can't get any more, huh? Oh, there we go. Very nice. Give me that 118 now. And look, folks, they got 2,000,005 down here at 118. 2,000,005. How many? Well, they don't even have a printable number at 117, folks. They've only got 721,000 at 117. 117.5 sees 281,000. 118, 118. Bring it, Shorty. Bring me that lunchtime low. And this stock is still up 73%, folks. Nice. 116. 116.5. Nice. Lunchtime low, baby, at 1206. 116. Up. Now she's at 117.5. And they still do not have a printable number at 117, folks. I know they want one. Still no printable number at 117. And I'm trying to buy there, 117. KIDZ. There it is. Well, unfortunately for the shorts, they just achieved right here earlier, 10 minutes ago. They just achieved earlier a 114.88. And then the next low was here at 115.95. And they got that twice just now on the lunchtime break. And now she's rising. My gosh, they're trying to get a 117, but they're trying to get a printable number there, but everybody's just buying the crap out of this here. They don't care. 117.5 is all I can acquire. Wonder why they want to get so many here at 117.5. I wonder who's got the love for this stock at 117.5. Somebody's hoarding it here. 2,666,000 there now. Yep. Oh, wow. 118 now they're filling. Now they're filling 118. The 2666 just went to 2687. And I just got a 175 again. But I can see already they're selling the 118s right here. You can see them selling. 118 is being sold now. 2,693,000 at 118 they mustered up. Now 2,695,000 there. So they're buying right now on this number. They're buying now at 118 a share. 118. So I'll come down here and try to get a 117. Well, I've already got 60 there, and they won't fill that. So just buy at market again. I got a 175. But they can't get one more dinky little share at 117. They can't get one more share at 117. And they can't get any higher numbers than 799, 705. And again, I just filled at 117.5. Yep. LUCY, cat is still breakfast here in Cali. I still keep forgetting you're in the East Coast. Yes. It's 12:11 here. Lunchtime low. Well, I see a lot of buyers here at 117.5. An unusually high number of buyers at 117.5. And one more at 117.5. And I still haven't gotten a single share order here. I've got 60 sitting at 117. And finally, I got a 116.5. KIDZ. Though they're trying to bury it now, going for 113 buys. And they, by the way, have never had any shares down here, only 115,000 at 112 and a half, where I'm buying right now. And they have had nothing down here at 112, 382,000. At 111, they've only had 151,000. And at 110, 139,000. So they've never had any shares available down here. Now I'm filling at 113.5, 113.5, 113.5, 112.5. And I'm filling up the wagon here because they've never had any shares at this price today at all. And I just got a 113.5, 113.5 again. Just repeatedly filling at 113.5 and now 114.5. And now 114.5. I still got 4,600 to buy with. Now 114.5. Yep. 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 Still plenty of money to buy with. All the love of 114.5. I just sold SVRE at 268. All right. And that's going to be the end of the 114.5s on KIDZ. chart. Well, they already had it once earlier at 114.5, and then they just did it again, 114.5. So God bless them. And now we're filling again, still 114.5. And let's see if I can get an order to even fill at 114 now. And it looks like we're all out of the 114.5s. Oh, I got one more there before they shut it down. The bid is 114, the ask is 115. The stock is up 69%. KIDZ AI unveils today's news this morning at 7:30 that KIDZ AI wins 2026 EdTech X Award and unveils the KidBots AI robotics platform. KIDZ unveils KidBot AI robotics learning platform for physical AI education, ERA. Says that they expect KidsBot to begin commercial rollout during H2 of 2026. And now I'm buying at 116.5. Now buying at 116.5. 116.5. I guess they flat ran out of the 112.5s and 113.5s, folks. That's all I can say. They must have just run out of them. And now all they have left is, and they've never had crap down here. They've only got 918,000 at 116, folks. 918,000. And then at 115, how many did they muster there? Only 468,000 at 115, folks. So they've had half as many shares at 115 as they have at 116. How do you like that? And at 114, they've only had 399,000 shares. At 114, they've only had 399,000 shares. They've had 2.8 million up in the 120s. And I still have $4,471 to buy with while they manipulate this thing down here during the lunchtime low. And I just filled at 114.5 again. Boy, all these drop prices, they're all so stubbornly trying to keep the 114.5 or the 119.5 or the 122.5. The 5, the 5, the 5. They just trying to hold it there. 114.5. Don't give a shit about getting a 114 order to fill. It's just 114.5. Bid now is 114, ask is 115. Bid is 114, ask is 115. And the stock is up 68%. Bid is still 114. Now the bid is 112 and the ask is 113. Yeah, come on, baby. You guys haven't had any stocks down here for this price all damn day. Now you're going to throw out a bunch here, huh? At 112.5. Uh-huh. I see how you are. 112.5s now. And notice the price is up, folks, 67%. 67% is what the stock is up right now. 6767. And now they're trying for 666. Look at this, folks. The stock being up 666. They just had it 666. They just had it there 6666. I'm just pointing it out, folks. I show it to you. You decide what to do with the information I provide. 6666, folks, is what I just saw him take it down to. And these are just things I happen to notice, folks, that don't necessarily mean anything, but just what a coincidence that the price be a dollar 13, and they'd be at 6666. Isn't that interesting? 113, and they're at 6666 in the 113 range. Oh yeah, crafty what they do. Very crafty. Thank you, Jayhawk. Lucy. Okay, I got it. Ah, nice. Up 144 on it now. Nice. Well, I'll try to sell this at 139 and 140. Nice. Thank you for the heads up. Ah, Jayhawk, thank you very much. I see that. That gets you another entry. And man, our gifts today almost up to 1,000. Almost 1,000 in gifts today. Thank you. Pardon me. Well, KIDZ. I guess they are done with the 112 and a halfs, 113s. And now we're back to 114 and a half. Nice. Now we're up to 115.5. There she goes, folks. KIDZ. Now 116.5. There we go. Now 117.5. Where they had almost 1 million shares at 117, folks. Yes, they just reached 1 million at 117. And now I'm going to fill at 118.5. Oh my gosh. I just went up $71 on this position. Yes. Oh, look at it go up, folks. All right. Awesome, 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 awesome. Holy smokes, look at him trying so hard here right now. 118.5. And this is the chart right now on it, folks. Oh my gosh, look at that KIDZ after that lunchtime low. Look at the buyers coming in down here right now. Whoa! Look at the size of the buyers versus sellers right here. My God, look how many more buyers there are than sellers right there. All three of those candlesticks, all buyers coming in, buying that lunchtime low. Nice. KIDZ, ladies and gentlemen, there it is. I just sold Lucy at 140 and a half. All right. KIDZ. Look at that thing launch, man. Look at the buyers coming in on this. I just sold Lucy at 139.5. 60 shares there. Oh, yeah. 118.5. Give me a 118 here. Come on, shorty. Come on. Now, Shmin, babe. 118 is where I'm trying to buy now. And yet, all I can get is 118.5s now. Let's do it one more time. 118.5. Well, folks, at 118, they've already got 2.9 million. 2,900,000. At 118, 2,900,000. At 117, they didn't even have a printable number. They only had 1 million there. It was 1,902,000. 1,902,000 at 117. And at 116, they didn't have a printable number at all. They only got 1,018,000. And at 115, they had no printable. They only had 663,000. So that's the way this is panned out. At 117, 1,902,000. At 118, 2,911,000. 2,911,000 at 118. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on this position, I am up $162 today. And I am going to be starting to sell here. And I now have about $9,000 in this, invested in this. And the stock I'm trading in is going to be KIDZ. And I'm going to sell it right here at 121. 121. There we go. 121. I'm going to sell 400 shares there, and I'm up $344 on this position today. And I just sold 121.5. Now I'm going to come up here and sell 122. 122. Selling 400 at 122. And there are plenty of buyers here at 122, folks. 122, there's a plethora of buyers. And I also want to come up here and sell 123. Yep. And I'm now up $299.20 on this position. Made me sound like some kind of crazed kook. Just sold at 141. That's a 650 profit today. Woo! All right, Studio Foo Foo. Don't forget to tip me, man. Okay. Don't forget to tip me. You can do it right here directly. You can go right to Cash App, and I get all of it that way. They don't take 30% out if you go through Cash App, and you can just put for money owed. Or Venmo, you can put there for money owed. All right. if you want to donate right through the channel, that's okay too. You can come down here and you can just click on this right here, boom, and you can donate right there. All right. So, but don't forget, if you're making good money, to don't forget where your source of information was, and the source of your profiting, hopefully, was on this channel. And now we're going to get back over here. KIDZ. And we're going to come in here and buy 20 shares, buy at market. And boy, look at them trying so hard to hold it down. 118.5 now I just picked up. And I'm going to try to buy 118. And I'd still like to get me a 117 here. And I just filled at 119.5. And I just bought 119.5 again. I'm trying to buy 119, but that order will not fill. Yep. Well, I did get a fill there at 119. KIDZ is down 20%. No, it's not. It's down from the high this morning. It was at 125%. So it's down 50%. But really, it's still up 75% today. So it's not down at all. It's up 75%. So Studio Fufu, KIDZ, is now up 75% today. Please do not misrepresent with that number. That I've got to get out. KIDZ is definitely not down 20%. It was up 125% this morning. Hey, I got a 118.5. But I cannot get an 80 share order to fill at 118, no matter what I try. So I'm going to guess it's just time to buy at market here again on this lunchtime low. There we go. And let me guess, I got a 118.5. Of course. And another one at 118.5. Sure, they've still got shares there to give away. Now we're at 119.5. 119.5. Well, how many shares do they have at 119? 2,062,000. And how many did they have at 118? 3 million. Oh, at 118, they had 3 million folks. But at 119, they could only pull off 2 million. Uh, Hold on here. Hold on a second here, guys. Hold on. Okay. God. Okay. And hold on just a minute here. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, these lunchtime manipulators, boy, they've really given it all they can. They cannot print a number at 117, but somehow they've mustered up a few more 116.5 numbers here where I'm buying. And also trying to buy some 116, trying to buy 60 shares there at 116. And this is on the stock KIDZ. KIDZ. And they're still now at 116.5. And my dollar cost average is 118.5. I sure would like to get a 116, but they have had nothing at 117 to print, and they've had nothing to print at 116, only 1,336,000 So that's why I guess they can't get 116 to print or give them a number there at 116. Although they're trying desperately here during the lunchtime low. And so I'm going to buy again at 116.5 and lower my dollar cost average just a little bit more. And seems as though they're pretty much out of the 116.5s now. I believe I've just gotten the last one of those. And at 116.5, ladies and gentlemen, they've only had 337,946 shares. At 116.5, 337,000, while they've got 3 million at 118. 3 million at 118, folks. And now I'm going to try to buy 117. The bid is now 117. The ask is 118. This is the chart on it. KIDZ. KIDZ is the stock I'm trading. And she's making her move right on up, as you can see, looking very good. Probably going to just push right on up this afternoon. Just keep rising, baby, because the buyers are definitely coming in here more than the sellers. You can clearly see that right here. 2-to-1 buyers over sellers, and here all buyers and no sellers to be seen. So I'll come in here for 20 more, 60 more actually, buy market. 117.5. And look up here at 118, folks. At 118, 3,041,000 shares at 118. 3,041,000 at 118. You want to see what they had at 117? At 117, they had 1,113,000. 1,113,000. 13,000. Folks, that's 1,113,000 at this price of 117, but 3 million at 118. 3 million at 118. And now we're filling at 116.5, where they have a fraction of shares. 345,000 shares at 116.5. And there it is again, 116.5. But interestingly enough, I can't get a 60 share order to fill at 116. All they can muster up now is a 116.5. And a 116.5 for the last time, in my opinion. Still can't get an order to fill at 116. My. Well, they've been very persistent about trying to hold this in check. They sure have. They've really done all they can to keep this thing in check here, trying to hold it on this resistance line here that's been here all day. 116.5. All day long, riding along that thing. Lunchtime low, they actually achieved What did they get? 110. 110 they had for a brief moment at 12:12 p.m. 110. Then the next low was 111.98. They got that at 12:13, and then again at 12:19, 6 minutes later, they got the number 111.98. So during lunchtime, they got 110.99, 111.98, 111.98, and now she's gone, folks. Look at that thing launching. Look at it launching right now. KIDZ. Ah, nice. And I guess they've run out of shares now at 116.5 and 117.5. And now all they can muster is a 118.5. Wonder how long they'll be doing that until they run out of those. You know, at 118, they got 3,076,000 at 118. 3,076,000 at 118. And the interesting thing about that is at 117.5, they could only get 461,000. And at 117, they didn't get a printable number, only 117,000, 1,176,000 at 117. Only 1,176,000 at 117. And then 117.5 sees 461,000. And then 118 sees 3 million, 3 million at 118. And then 118.5 sees what? 572,000. My goodness gracious. At the 117.5, they only had 461,000 at 117.5. And 118.5, 573,000. Oh boy, folks, here we go. And now we're starting to take off. This is on KIDZ. Here is the chart. KIDZ. KIDZ. And I got news for you. If it breaks this line here of 119.5, this thing is going to explode, folks. The next number it's going to run up to is right there. And that price is, hold on, 119.5, and then up here to 120.77. Oh my, there she goes, folks. I just sold KIDZ at 122.5. And now I'm up $612 on this position. Wow. KIDZ just sold 123.5. Just sold 123.5. And my dollar cost average is 117, ladies and gentlemen. 117. Wow. And I'm putting my orders in all the way up to 128 right now, 129 and 130. Up $601 on this position today. And now I'm going to go back over to my other one that I was down so much on, JEM, and I'm going to move it over to this one. And I already sold a bunch at 174, 77, 176. I'm down on this big time, but I'm going to sell it at market. I'm going to get out. And as I tell you, I'm not a bag holder. I don't hold bags. I move it over to the runners and I make my money back on the runners. And now I'm going to be only holding, well, I'm just going to get rid of it all. And by the way, my dollar cost average, as you can see on this stock, is 171 a share. 171 a share. And it's at 163 right now. And look at KIDZ now, folks. Woo! Nice. And as you can see on this position, I'm only down right now since I opened it. I'm only down $89.10. My average price is 170 a share, and the current price is at 164. So I'm not down huge. I'm down huge today on it, but so what? I'm moving it over to the runner, and I'm only down 89 bucks since I opened this position. So I'm not suffering too bad on this stock, even when I'm selling it now, 400 shares at a time. I'm not down massively on it. I'm just massively down on it today. That's all, just today. And but I'm actually only down $89 on this stock, and I'm going to sell 400 more right now at market. And I just sold them at 163, and that dropped my dollar cost average. My DCA is now 167 a share, and the price is at 163, and I am down today on this stock, or since I opened the position, $31. So I'm down 31 bucks, and my dollar cost average is $1.66 right now. All right, and I'm going to hold the rest of the shares, which is 820 shares. Now I'm going to come back over to KIDZ. Oh yeah. Woo-hoo! 123. Let's see if we can pick up 60 shares here at 122. Try and buy 60 shares at 122 and 121. Nice. You know what? I'm just going to get rid of the rest of that JEM. I'm going to sell all of it right now. And I'm out of JEM. Now I'm going back over to KIDZ. And just so you know, my trading today, my profit today is 889.21. That's how much I'm up today. 889.21. now up 910. And that's because of KIDZ, folks. It did indicate my dollar cost average though was $1.66. And I just sold KIDZ at 126 and a half. And I'm now up $809 on KIDZ. I just sold it at 127 and a half. And I'm going to try to sell 129 and 130 and 131. And I'm going to try to sell 132. And you might as well definitely sell 133 if you can, folks. That's on the buy sell sheet, 133. And I am down $18 on my ELAB. I bought 840 shares of that. And I'm down 50 cents on Plug Power. I am up $1.36 on Nuburu. That's BURU. And I'm still up 105.80 on SVRE, even though I only have 20 shares left. Trade SVRE. And I got 20 shares. I'm going to try to sell 20. And the bid is 266. The ask is 271. So I'll go 270. Now 269. And I'm up 105.80 on this position today. Up 105.80. And I just sold the rest of my SVRE at 268. And let's see if we can pick up some 123 buy 60 at 123 on KIDZ. And here is the chart now on KIDZ. KIDZ. Folks, it's a triple upside crossover of the 200-day moving average forming now. The current price just crossed the 200. Then the 5-day crossed the 200. Then the 10-day crossed the 200. And right now, the 50-day is crossing the 200-day average. No wonder they're trying so hard to sell, sell, sell against that, Mortimer. Sell, 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 sell. And notice the tactic they use: a heavy sell here, then a lighter, then lighter, then lighter, then even smaller, the smallest they can sell there to make it fall. And I just bought 125.5. And I see up there they've had 500. Oh, that's 126.5. They've had 333,302. 334,302 at 125.5. 334,452. And now they've run out of that. And I just filled now at 126.5. And I'm going to be selling at 127 again. And I'm going to sell 128. And I'm going to sell 129. Yep. And sell 130. Just put it in right now, folks. You know how fast this thing can jump. Then 131, 132, 133. And this stock is now up 84% on the day. KIDZ. Look at that chart on it, folks. Look at that chart. It is taking off, folks. And forget them trying to sell against it. The thing is skyrocketing, and they are trying everything to sell a lot of sea of red in here. And during all that sea of red, up, 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 up. You see that? And even now, they're trying to sell some more recently. And look at that chart right now, just springboarding upwards. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a triple upside crossover, bona fide. The 50 is now solidly over the 200, and the buyers are coming in. The buyers are coming in, folks. And I'm up $845 on this position today. KIDZ. KIDZ. Ridiggity. Nice. And I'm up $845, and I'm going to start leeching this out. I just sold some at 126.5. They've had 598,000 shares there. And how's Lucy doing now? Oh, nice. Up 160 on Lucy today, too. Great call out there, calling out Lucy. Jayhawk. Great call out there. And I've only got 140 shares left. So I'm going to sell it here because I always want to sell around 148, 149, 150. Sold 148 and a half. Now I'm going to sell 149. There we go. Just sold 149 and a half. Now I'm going to sell 150. And I only have 100 shares left, and I'm up $159 today on this stock. I just sold KIDZ at 127 and a half. And there's KIDZ right there, folks, going up. This is an unenveloped candlestick. Just sold KIDZ at 128.5. KIDZ. Yeah, baby, up $974 on this position. Just sold it at 129.5. And I'm trying to sell now 129, 130, 131. Oh yeah, she's looking good over here, folks. A lot of buyers at 129 right now. Oh yes. Look at all those buyers buying up 129. Goodness gracious, look at that. 1400, 200, 300. Happy to buy the 129. Sell it, folks. I just sold 128.5. Don't mess around. If you're up like me, $976. It's time to take some profit here. I just sold 129.5. Just sold 129.5. And I just broke $1,000 on this. The bid is 129. The ask is 130. Here it is right here. KIDZ. KIDZ. And listen, guys and gals, there are way more buyers than sellers coming in here right now. Man, oh man, just look at all the buyers on that candlestick. All the buyers there, the buyers here, more buyers than sellers, almost even there. But here, look at them trying to sell against it and how little they're trying to sell now against it. Look at the little light volume they're trying to sell now. They're trying to use as few shares as they possibly can to make the price stop topping out. They're trying to use as little shares as they possibly can now. Oh yeah, I'll come in here. 126. And I just bought 126.5. No, it's KIDZ. Oh, there's a buy of 121.5. Look at them coming after it now. The wimps are coming after it at 121.5 now. Wussies. And I got 13,000 to buy with because I've been selling 400 at a time up there in the 130s. So now we got them dropping at 7 cents from where I just sold it. 123.5 is the buy. Thank you, chumps. 123.5. How many shares have you had down there now? 488,000 is all. 488,000 is all. And now we're at 124.5. Well, at 124, you had 1.5 million. At 124.5, you've had 511,000. I just don't believe you're going to be able to hold it there with that, especially with the 3 million you had at 118. Yeah, I don't see it, man. Stock is now up 83.31%, now up 85.29, now up 84.59, 125.5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 126.5 now. I guess they run out there now at 1,783,000 at 126. At 126.5, they're going to soon run out at 671,000 at 126.5. That's right. They're soon going to run out there too, folks. 126.5. And at 126, they had 1,700,000, but 1 million at 127, 1,900,000. So they couldn't hold it back at 126 with 1.794 million. They couldn't hold it at 126 with 1.795 million. They could not hold 126 with 1.795 million. They tried, but they could not hold it at 126 with 1.797 million now. Then here they only had 687,000 at 126.5 and 127.5, 1,999,000. 1,999,000. And now at 128, 2,729. 128, 2,729. 127, just 2 million. Just 2 million at 127, and they ran out of any more shares at 2 million. 127. And now at 128, 2,734,000. How much at 129? 2,904,000. 2,000,009. And down here, 2,000,007. Well, I'm going to keep buying here. I just bought 127.5. And here's the chart on it right here. KIDZ, ladies and gentlemen. Just look at that beautiful chart. And I just bought 126.5. Nice. Look what they tried to do at lunchtime, folks. At the end of lunch, they got a price of 119. 119. Now they're sitting at 126, 127. And I just got a 126.5 where they've now accumulated 696,311. 126.5 again. 697,211 at 126.5. And how many did they have down here at 126? 1,833,000 at 126. 1,833,000, and then 127, 2 million. 2 million at 127. And I just got 126.5 again. Meanwhile, my order at 126 has been sitting there for 30 minutes and hasn't filled, not one time at 126. And I just got 126.5 again. And 126.5 once again. Now I got two at 125.5. Now 124.5. Well, I guess lunchtime ended and they didn't get as low as they wanted, so they're trying for it now. I bought it at 114.5 during lunchtime, so they're 10 cents higher than that now. 2,300,000 at 125. And now they're at 124.5. How many they have at 124? 1,530,000 at 124, folks, is all they've had. 1,530,000. Wimpy, 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 wimpy. And whoever just made that run at 123, 124, thank you very much. And there it is, folks. The new low. One of them was here, and that price was at that price was at 119.96. And then the next low was here that they just achieved just then. Right then. So we went from 119.96 to this low right here that they just went to 119.96 to 120.86. And then the next low is here at this number here, ladies and gentlemen, right there. So now this is the low of lunchtime, which was right there at 119.96. Then the next low was at the 110 mark at 120. And now the next low is here at 123. 123. So there's your lows, ladies and gentlemen, since lunchtime. Your first lows down here, right here, folks. And that price was at 113.88. And they were actually down to here. The first low was there. I like to put these lines in so you can see how they're getting weaker and weaker and weaker, folks. And I'm going to prove it to you right now. So you can clearly see with this stock, KIDZ, that the deepest low was achieved at 12.12, and that deepest low was 110.006. 110, ladies and gentlemen, and that was at 12:12 p.m. Then from 110, it went to 111.96 at both 12:13, and then they dropped it to that number again, 111.96 at 12:19, 6 minutes later. Then the next low was here, 112.97. So we saw our first lunchtime low at 110, the next one 111, 111, then here 112.97. Then the next low was here, 115.88, Savannah, 115.88. And then the next low was right here just now at 122.94 was the next low. So you can clearly see where this stock is going, KIDZ. And I just bought plug at 2.65. But take a look at this curving right up off of that rising 45 and 50, the rising 200 day, and look at it curving upward right off of that rising 45 and 50, just like it should do. It's doing exactly what it should do on the 1 day chart here. It's doing exactly what it should do right now, exactly what it should do. Bounce very nicely right off of this 45-day average and come right up. Look at that thing go up. And look at the buyers come in right there on that line. They know it too. They're not dumbasses. They know that's a good place to buy. They know this is a very good place to buy where they've converged this 5 day right onto the 45 and 50 day. They got them all together tightly. And look at the buyers coming in. Look at the buyers. Boom, boom, boom. Buyers just piling in there. 122.5. And I'm coming in there. And I just filled it 122.5. And at 123, 2,029,000. 122.5, 770,000. I don't believe they're going to keep it at 122, 122.5, folks. I just don't think so. I've already shown you all the lows this afternoon have been higher lows. And I don't think they're going to stay here at 122.5. But there's one more fill there at 122.5. But I want to buy 122. I don't want to buy 122.5. I want to buy 122. Come on, Shorty. Gotta be stronger than this 122.5 bullshit. Well, 122.5 again. Huh. It's a long time, Shorty. You've been holding it there. Long time you've held it here. Up 79%. Last call for 122.5, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for the manipulated price of 122.5. Last call. And I got a 120.5 and a 120.5. Oh, yeah. Several 120.5s. Well, nice. There we go. 120.5s are gone. Now we're at 121.5. So I'm going to come up here and put in now an order at 121 for 60 shares. And I'm just going to keep buying up the 121 and a half. There it is again, 121 and a half. There she goes. 121 and a half. And look how hard they're trying to fight it and keep it below 122 at 121.99. But she just went over 122. And now I'm going to start selling 123, 124. Whoa, she's at 126. Wow. Just sold 125.5. I'm going to try and sell 126, 127, 128, 129, and 130. I just sold 126 and a half. Just sold 126 and a half again. And I also want to sell 131. Just sold 127 and a half. And I'm selling 132 and 133. Yep. And there she goes, folks. Look at those orders filling now. 126, 127. There's the chart on it right now. KIDZ. KIDZ. Yep. KIDZ. Selling. Yep. That's what I'm doing. But look at the buyers coming in on that. Look at the freaking 5-day make a 90-degree turn. That 5-day, a 90-degree turn on that. Just sold 126.5. And I'm selling 400 shares at a time here of this stock, and I'm up $930 on it. And I've got numbers to sell: 127, 128, 129, 130, 31, 32, and 33. And at 33, I've got 800 shares for sale there. And I got 4,800 shares remaining that I'm holding of this. I want to thank you all for being with me here today. Right now, I'm just popping out 200 shares at a time. Up $880 on this, 857 bucks on it. Up 900 now. And look at this chart again. It is just plateaued out and now rising here. And folks, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor. I haven't. My wife has gone up north to be with her dad and mom. Uh, in case you didn't hear about what happened, my mother-in-law suffered a bit of a heart issue last night, and she's in the hospital right now. So uh, my wife Cheryl and her father are up there at the hospital, and they're hoping to get some better news about my mother. So keep it's my mother-in-law. Keep her in your prayers, everyone. I'd appreciate it. And so this looks very good here, folks. KIDZ. KIDZ. The chart looks absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. KIDZ. And the stock surge as the company unveils robotics learning platform. And here she goes, ladies and gentlemen. KIDZ. I just sold at 128. The chart looks absolutely fabulous on it. KIDZ. It looks incredible. Today, my gains are today's gains $1,097. And I don't know if you noticed, but I've been selling a lot of stocks this morning. And Plug Power, I'm actually down $4 on. I only bought 160 shares of that. And Elab has me down 43 bucks. So let's go look at what's going on with Elab. There they are. Well, it's pretty steadily rising, and the little lunchtime low, and then another low to there, and then another low even higher. Looks pretty good, actually. Up 12% right now. And I just sold 400 KIDZ 123.5. I don't know why it waited such a long time to sell that. So I'm going to come over to Elab. Elab, ELAB. There we go. And going to buy 60 here at market. And my dollar cost average is $1.38. And I just filled at 134. Just got it at 134 again. Yep, 134 one more time. I really like to get a 133, 132, and 131 on this. But right now, looks like they're just happy sitting barely under my DCA, which is 137. And right now, coincidentally, they are at 134, 3 cents below my dollar cost average. There we go. Last chance for 133, 134 on Elab. Elab. Here is the chart on ELAB right now. There it is, ELAB. And that looks good, folks. Look at the buyers coming in right there when they just drove that down. Look at all those buyers come in there on ELAB. They're not messing around. That's a lot of shares right there, folks. 26,000 shares in that 1 minute segment. And man, they were buying the next minute too. So you got back to back buyers, no sellers at all, virtually none. So I will try to buy at 134. And I just got it at 134. Try that again. And there is just a massive wall of shares bought up above my dollar cost average. I mean, a ton of shares, which have already been bought over my DCA. Tons of shares bought over my DCA today on this. And in a little while, it's going to go back up over my DCA. And it's going to run right past all these numbers, right back up here to 144, 145. And it won't take long. It won't take long. And I just picked up 135. Last call for 135, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for 135. I wonder why they're not doing the 134 and a half. Man, they've been doing all kinds of halvesies over here with this one here. KIDZ. They've been halving it up all day long. It's been their favorite thing to do. Halvesy, halvesy, halvesies. $121.5. Trying to buy 121 now on KIDZ. Trying to buy 121. Let me guess, I'm going to get 121 and a half. Ah, yes, 121.5. And there have been only 326,666 shares at that price. At that price right there have been only 328,910 now. So they've got another 2,300 there. And I'll buy at market there. And we just filled at 121.5. And they've got 2,510,000 here at 122. 2,510,000 at 122. And at 121, only 1,537,000 at 121. So, folks, they've got another million more shares bought at 122 than 121. I'll keep coming in there. And now I just got a 123.5. So Osalega 123. They ran out of shares at 2,282,000 at 123. At 123.5, they've run out. At 124, only 1.843 million. 123.5 saw 589,939. 123.5, 590,000. 123, 2,288,000 at 123. Watch, I'm going to get a 122.5. Yep, 122.5, where they've had 825,000 shares available. And now I'm trying to buy 122. And it looks to me like they're about to run out of these 122 range prices pretty soon here on this. That's right. 122 and a half. And you can just see down here, they're trying to sell against this, but there are so many buyers coming in right now. They're not afraid to buy this here. ELAB. This is ELAB you're looking at here. ELAB. ELAB. Now we want to look at KIDZ. Oh, man. KIDZ. Woo-wee. Man, oh, man. Just look at that building and building its strength with that 200 rising and rising and rising and rising and rising. All they can do is push this down in between the 50 and 200 and try to collect a few more shares here. Man, look at that 200, what it's been doing, folks. Look at that thing just rising and rising and rising all afternoon. They try to run it down below it. It bounces off. They try to run it down below. It bounces off, down below, bounces off, right off that 200 rising, folks. Last call for 122 and a half. Yep. 120 and a half. Nice, man. Look at him swatting at this thing. One last chance to get this at 120 and a half. Oh, it doesn't surprise me to see them try this. Nothing surprises me what market makers try to do. Nothing surprises me at all. There it is. KIDZ. Look at this, folks. Same freaking line that they made the candlestick stop on before. The whole candlestick was there, stopped. And this time they just pumped and boom. They just tapped that line and up it went. See over here, they closed the candlestick out at that number. Over here, all they could do is stab it, just stab that number one last time, and then up we go. Up we go, folks. 122.5 I just bought. $122.5. INLF is going crazy again. I made a pretty penny on it, so I'm done. Nice. Hey, Kim, was a good day. I don't forget an umbrella. INLF halted up again. LOL. Wow. All right. And that's the end of the 122.5s on KIDZ, I believe. Yep, that's the end of that. 122.5s. It's over. There's the bounce. There's the reply right off the 200-day average. Look at the buyers coming in. Still, again, no one is afraid to buy here. You got equal buyers and sellers, and here you got more buyers than sellers, 3-1. 3-1 more buyers than sellers. And I just got 124.5. Uh-oh. I guess the 122.5s did indeed run out. And now we're at 124.5. Yep, 124.5. And there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. KIDZ. KIDZ. Beautiful. About to have a triple crossover. Well, really, it's just a double crossover because the 5 and 10 are crossing the 50-day now. And I told you that would happen because this rising 200-day, I told you would eventually push that right up over that 50. And there it goes, folks. And now I'm feeling at 125.5. Now 126.5. And now I'm going to start selling at 127, 400 shares. I'm going to sell 400 at 127 and 400 at 128. That's right. And I'm going to buy at market 125.5. And I'm now up $922.20 on this position. Holy smokes. Man, look at that thing popping. Look at that thing go, folks. KIDZ. Man, look at that thing springboarding now. Just boing right on up, man. Look at that buyers coming in versus sellers. More buyers, more buyers, more buyers. 3-1 on this candlestick, the latest candlestick. More buyers, folks. And now the bid has risen to 125. The ask is 126. The bid is 125. The ask is 126. Oh my goodness. The bid is 125. The ask is 126. Up 85% on this stock. Man, watch out if this blue 5-day comes over this line right here. I'm telling you right now, look back over here. They tried to stop it right there on that line, right there. They've tried to stop it on that line. And if it comes up over that line right now, they're going to be in trouble. That 5-day, if it comes over that line, they're in trouble. You can see over here, man, they made a definite effort to stop it from breaking over that line there. And here we go now, trying to get up over that line right now. And if it goes over that, it's going to go right on up. As a matter of fact, it's going to go up to this line right here. And if it breaks that line, then it's going to go up to this line right here. And if it can break over that line, the blue 5-day breaks that line, watch out. Because then it's going to run up to this price right there. Right there. Oh, watch that blue 5-day chart right there. Watch that blue. Oh, she's over. Now she's going to this number. She's going to go to this number now. And if she breaks that, she's going to go to that number. And if she breaks that, she's going to jump up to here. And that price is 128. Oh, yeah. Looking good, folks. She breaks that number. She jumps to that one. She breaks that one. She jumps to that one. She breaks that one. She jumps to that one. Oh, yeah. Looking good. Oh, yeah. Looks very strong right here. Very strong. Each one of these resistance lines, it breaks over. That helps this stock. And that line there is critical. Man, that line that it's breaking over right now, folks, that it's breaking over, that was a point of dead stop earlier before lunchtime. And they stopped the drop on that line right there. And they tried to stop the pop there, but it popped over it. So there's the drop. Here's the resistance as a top. Here's the resistance as a bottom. Here's the resistance as a top. And now a resistance at a top again at that line, trying to stop it at that line. Sell, 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 Mortimer. Oh my, look at that thing go, baby. Now over that line and over this one, and up to there. Woohoo! Trade. Now up $1,055 on this position. Yes, just sold 126.5. Ah, there's the 127. And just look at that chart, folks. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The 5-day has come up over this area right here. Now it's going to come up to there and then there, and it's going to spike from there up to there, folks. And I just sold 127.5. And it should come right on up over this line next and then jump to this one. That's right. Right over here. This is the line we're on right now. Boom. That's the line right there that we're on. That's where we're sitting right now on that line. That line right there. And if it breaks that line, it's going to go up to this one. And that number there is at 129. Sell, Mortimer, sell. Look at him trying to sell that. Dumpty, 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 dump. But look at the buyers coming in over the sellers now. 2-1 on this candlestick. Buyers over sellers trying to dump. And man, you better watch out, Shorty, because that thing's breaking over that line of resistance right now. It's going over that line that you so rapidly stopped it at over here. Right there, man. You stopped it dead there once and twice. And now it's over that line. Yes. All right. Oh my goodness gracious. Look at it go, ladies and gentlemen. KIDZ. And about to eclipse this line. And if it goes over that line, who knows how freaking high this blue 5-day will go. Now up $1,095 on this position today. Now up 1,126, and I just sold 129.5. And I just sold 130 and a half. And now I'm up $1,128 on this position today. And I would like to thank you very much for calling it out this morning early. Jayhawk let me know this thing was up 95% when he told me about it. And believe it or not, now it's only up 88%. But I'm now sitting on 2,500 shares of it. It just broke over 131. We're going to sell 132 here. We're going to sell 200 at 131. Oh, I've got 400 at 131. Let's try 132. Well, I got 400 at 132 and 400 at 131. I just sold 200 at 128 and a half. And I'm now at 1,114 on this position. Now let's go look at LUCY. Oh my gosh. Look, folks, it just crossed over that line. It just crossed over that line. I told you. And if it did, it was going to rocket. I told you it would. Let's look at the 20-day now. Oh, my. There's the 20-day chart. Look at that 20-day chart. Folks, look at the 45 rising off the 50-day. Look at the 10-day. Look at the 5-day. Wow. The 5-day needs to go up all over these three. And when it does, then it's going to be really Rocketville, then, folks. Holy smokes. Look at that thing, folks. Looking good. And if this 5-day keeps coming up, and it crosses this line right here, it's going to go even higher, folks. It's going to go up to here. And if it crosses there, then it's going to go all the way up to right there. Right there. I'm telling you, folks, we cross this line, we spike to that line, we cross that line, we spike to that line. And this right here is going to be 145 a share. And this line right here is 135 a share. 135. And I'm up 1,090 on that position. KIDZ. And LUCY, I'm up 143 on that. I've only got 100 shares left. I just sold it at 132.5 because I always sell 130, 131, 132, and 133. I always sell those numbers and 134. All on my buy sell sheet. And look at that. They've already sold 3,161,000 at 133, folks. You see why they stopped that number, folks. When it gets to 133, boy, they like to really pound it, man. And that's on LUCY. LUCY. Here it is now. LUCY. Wow. LUCY. Look at that thing high tailing it, man. Triple upside crossover with the current price over the 200, the orange 10-day over the 200, the red 50-day over the 200. Triple upside crossover, the golden cross on the 20-day chart, golden cross on the 20, and now just a shoulder building here with the 5-day building the shoulder. LUCY up 63%, up 68%. And here is KIDZ right now. KIDZ building a nice, nice shoulder here with this rising 5-day, rising 10. Look at the 45 escaping off of the 50-day down here. It's a red belly blue back, folks. INLF for the win for me today. I see sold too soon. LOL. Oh, looking good. KIDZ. Let's go look at the 1-day chart on it now. There it is. KIDZ. Man, struggling to break free of this grip that they've got on it here on that line. KIDZ. Well, I tell you what, it did break over that right there of resistance. It did that line, and then they yanked it right back down to this one. Look at that. Oh my gosh, just look at the 45 and the 50 rising right there now. Look at them rising. 200 rising, 50 rising, 45 rising, 5-day rising, gonna cross the 10 right now. And here it goes, folks. Look at that. A flat top green. Woo! Man. Get back over here, KIDZ. All right, up $1,102 on this position today. KIDZ. And looking over here, look at all the dumpers that they just had dump at 127. Look at all the dumpers dumping at 127 right here. Look at that. What time was that? 14:05 and 34 seconds, all on the same second. Look at all those shares they dumped on the same second. 14:05:34. And then look at all the buyers that came in and bought on the same second. 127 after they just dumped all those. All the buyers came in on the same second. 14:05:34, buying the crap out of it. Cheapers, 126, 127, 126.27. Well, I'm only sitting on 2,300 shares of this now. Looking at the chart, KIDZ, praying mantis right there. I'll come in for 60 there. And I got 126.5. And again, 126.5. Third time, 126.5. Fourth time at 126.5. And at 126.5, they've managed to muster up almost a million shares, 988,000 at 126.5. 126.5, folks. And there's another order for 126.5. Folks, they can't keep it here forever. It won't stay here forever. You bet your butt I'm going to buy it right on that 145-day moving average line right there. Yeah, I am. Oh, 122.5. Nice. 122.5. Are you jokers kidding me? Why? Uh, Now it's back to 123.5. Why are they even trying? 122.5. 122.5. And now 123.5. 123.5. 123.5. Well, heck yeah, I'm going to buy this thing drop down below the 200-day average right there for a half a second or so. Look at how long they held it underneath there. That thing wasn't even under there one whole minute, folks. Because people are buying this thing, man. The bid is 123. The ask is 124. Both of those numbers are green. The bid is 123. The ask is 124. The bid is 123. The ask is 124. The bid is 123. The ask is 124. Both of those numbers are green. Both the bid and the ask have just been risen to 123, 124. And all I can wonder is for how long, since they're both rising. They've both been risen to 123, 124. Still sitting there, folks. 123 bid, 124 ask. And here at 124, they've only had 1,989,000 shares. At 123, they had 2,500,000. At 122, they had 2,700,000. At 121, they've had only 1,655,000. At 120, they've had 2,262,000. At 119, 2,306,000. And at 118, 3,271,000. 118. And the rest of it, there was nothing. 117 didn't even come close. They didn't even print 164 at 117. So the most they've been able to acquire is 3,271,000 at 118. 3,271,000 at 118, 2,306,000 at 119, 2,002,000 at 120, 121, only 1,655,000 at 122, 2,007,000 again, 2,007,000 at 122. 2,007,000 at 122. And now I'm getting a 115.5. Thank you, market makers. Oh, you're beautiful. 115.5. Now 117.5. And at 118 is the biggest number they've had, folks. 3,298,000. At 118, 3,298,000. That's the most they've had. Well, the 115s are gone. Now we're at 119s. And 118.5. Thank you. And I already showed you that at 118, that was the most they could buy any shares of, 3,310,000 at 118. 3,310,000 at 118. Well, they're done there, folks. That's the end of that bull crap. Now we're back over 120. And now we're back to 120.5. And I'm going to keep working this. I'm up $829 on this, 854 now. So I'm going to sell 123. And I'm going to be selling 124. Okay, going to sell 124, going to sell 125. And folks, this thing can move so fast. It can just move so fast. And 126 will be next. There you go. 126. 127. There we go. 128. And 129. There we go. All right. And she's at 120 and a half. So we're going to come down to 60. Buy at market. And I just got it at 120 and a half. And that is a lot better than the 116s I just got to buy and 117s. 120 and a half. And we're going to buy again here now. And we got another 120 and a half. And here's the stock we're trading. There it is, folks. KIDZ. And boy, howdy, what an effort by the market manipulators on this stock here. They have really given it all they could here to keep trading this in a range from 130 down to 120. And they've given it everything they can to keep it in this range, 120 to 130. They've tried everything, folks, all they could. Even a double Tata, teeny tiny Tata right there, and the price was at 115.88 during the lunchtime low. They even got a nut sack here at 12.20, and the price was at 111 a share. 111, 111. And here at this hour, which was at 12.12, they achieved a price of 110. 110. So the low has been 110, 111, 111. Then up here, the low was the 115, 110, 111, 111, 115. And they just tried to match this low right there at 115. They just matched it again. They got it a little bit lower even. And now look at it respond and just rising right on up now. Nice. Another nut sack right there. Another nut sack, and off she goes. And I just got the buying 116s, 117s, 119s, 120s, and now the bid is 122 and the ask is 123. And I am up currently $980 on this position. Time now at 218. Lots of buyers over here, folks, at 122, no doubt. And at that number, they've already traded 2,874,000 shares. 2,874,000. I just sold 122.5. And I am up $955 on this position today. And here's the chart on it. KIDZ. KIDZ. Oh man, this KIDZ looks good, folks. Now, these are the stocks that have been called out today, ladies and gentlemen, that we've been looking at. These are the stocks that have been called out today. If you want to have a look at some of these other ones, then so be it. But these are the other stocks that have been called out today. Now I do want to look at ZCMD right now. Oh yeah, see they've been washing this out. I told you we need to wait on this one till tomorrow. It was mentioned by Port Bear, and I said no, no, no. Buy the dip tomorrow. Buy the dip tomorrow on this. Yep, buy the dip tomorrow. Just beating it down, beating it down, beating it down, beating it down. And wait till you see what they do to it tomorrow morning. ZCMD, which is up 102% right now today, up 102%. Now let's take another look here at Lucy. Lucy looks like a good buy right here, guys. Lucy looks like it might be another good buy right here, about to break over the 200-day average. And that 50 looks like it's bounding off, and that's LUCY, folks. That looks good. That looks really good right there. LUCY. Now, I can't make you any guarantees, but man, if it can break over that line, or if it breaks over this line, it could make a very nice move, because you can see how hard they stopped it there before. Oh, there she goes, baby. LUCY. LUCY looks good, folks. And right now I am buying KIDZ at 120 and a half. KIDZ. And I just sold LUCY at 132 and a half. And I just bought KIDZ at 121 and a half. And there's LUCY right there, folks. LUCY. Triple upside crossover of the 200-day moving average going on right now. And it should surprise you not that they're trying to sell against that now, trying to sell against it. Wimpy ass selling, though. Wimpy selling. Wimpy, wimpy, wimpy. And this is LUCY. And just look at them fighting with this KIDZ. Dropped it to that low earlier today. Then they got it one more time at the lunchtime low. Then the next low they try to drop it to is right here. KIDZ 168 this morning, where we sold it at 166. 160, 162, 164, 65, 66. Nice sells there. Then they drop it all the way down and we start buying it up. Then they run it up and we sell it here. Then they drop it down and we buy it. Run it up, we sell it. Drop it down, we buy it. Run it up, they sell it. Drop it down, we buy it during lunchtime. Run it up, sell it. Trade. Buying at market. And I just got a 121.5. I'm going to come in again there and buy that. Quite frankly, I don't believe they're going to be able to hold this down here. I just don't think they can do it. I just don't think they can. Haven't been able to see them hold it down all day, and I've seen many efforts to drive it down, but it's never stayed there. And here it is now. KIDZ. I'm showing it to you on the chart, folks. KIDZ. Got that low right there at 10 after 12. That low at 12:12. That's right. Then this low was done at 12:38. This low here was done at 112 at 210. 210. Then this low here, 117 at 2:20 p.m. 117, 2:20. And look at that double ta rise right there as they capitulated all together, folks. There it is. There it is. Absolute and complete capitulation, drawing it all together, the 200-day, the 50-day, the 5-day, the 10-day. Pull them all together right here at this point and then launch away, folks. Launch away. And I just filled at 121.5. And I'm filling 60 shares at a time. 121.5. One 20 and a half. Thank you very much, whoever did that. Last call for 120 and a half. There we go, 120 and a half. Coming in again. And a lot of buyers coming in at 121 now, folks. I think the 120 and a half's just ended. Yep, the 120 and a halves have come to a finale. And now we're at 121 and a half. And this is the stock chart. KIDZ. KIDZ. And man, oh man, look at that double nut, and then a nice little vag, and then another one there, and off she goes, folks. KIDZ. KIDZ. And I just got a 122 and a half. 122 and a half. And I'm up $973 on this position today. There's the chart. KIDZ. Climbing nicely. And it should continue this nice move up here now as buyers are coming in, folks. And now I'm up $1,002 on this position today. 122.5. What happened to the 120 and a halves? 122 and a half, and I'm going to come up here at 123, and I'm going to sell 400 shares at 123. And then I'm going to sell 400 at 124. to sell 800 at 125. And look at the buyers coming in. It's all solid green, folks, buying 123s. Woo! Look at all that buying. 123s being snatched up, just bought by the clusters. And I just filled that 122 and a half again. Here's the chart on it, KIDZ. Oh man, break on over that freaking 200 day, baby. Break that 200 and run. Break up over that 200. Every low has been higher, a higher low, a higher low, a higher low, now a higher low. Every one of them higher. This low, then this low, then that low, then that low, then that low, and then this is the low now. If you can call it low. And I just bought 122 and a half. And looking over here, look at all the buys coming in. All the sellers selling 122 and a half. I see you. Uh-oh, 123 now. And I got my sell order in at 123, 124, 125, 126. This is the chart on the stock we're looking at, KIDZ. KIDZ. And man, oh man, what they've tried to do to this stock all afternoon since the lunchtime low. Ran it down here for the lunchtime low to 12,1297. Then the next number just at 12:13 p.m. was 115.12. Then the next low at 2:20 p.m. was 118. Then the next low was at 227, 119.9. And now the low was just now at 121.92. And so you can see every low is higher, 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 and higher. Every one of them, every freaking one, higher, 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 higher. And you'd be wise to take a line and put it right here and see what this low average is doing. There it is right there, pretty much right there. And that's what's happening, folks. First low, second low, third low, fourth low. Then for the 5 day, it's been going like this. There's your low there, their low there, your low there now. I'm going to put it back up here because the 5 day is really right there. Yep. The 5 day drop to there, 5 day drop to there, 5 day drop to there, 5 day drop to there. And they're coming after it now. And I'll come in right here. And I just bought it at 120 and a half. Man, you got to give it to these guys. They're diligent, man. They stay after it, man. They keep trying to run it down. They really do. They keep trying to put the brakes on this thing. But every one of them is higher, 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 higher. Every one of them. And I just got 120 and a half again. And I got 120 and a half one more time. And I'm buying here the stock KIDZ. KIDZ. Boy, 120 and a half. That's a long time. They just sat there at 120 and a half. Yes, indeed. And just look at all the buyers coming in and buying now above that number, 121 and a half. So forget about the 120 and a halfs. Now you're at 121 and a half. That's right. I just filled at 121 and a half. And now look at the buyers coming in 122. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yes, 122 and a half I just filled. Yes. Now we got 123s. 122 and a half. Look at the chart. Whoa, look at the chart, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that 5-day average just make a 90-degree turn. Oh, man. Beautiful. I just bought ELAB at $1.33. So they're still pulling it down. I've been waiting a long time for that. Well, we are 5.5 hours away from kickoff between the United States soccer team playing Belgium. And I don't know whether you've heard it or not, but hold on a second here. Let me refresh the screen. There we go. Skip this. All right, perfect. Now let me back this out. And the stock I'm buying here is KIDZ. KIDZ. And there has been such a strong effort to try to herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk, jerk, herk. I mean, goodness gracious. Look at all that effort to hold this and sustain this low. And why? What's the big deal with this number right here that you're trying so hard to hold this for? Why? So their you can see their first low of the 5-day was there. Second low of the 5-day, same line. Third low, higher of the 5-day. Fourth day, low, same low. And now they're trying it again, the same low again. Just over and over trying to get this low. 121 and a half. $121.5. Looking over here, though, look at the sellers selling 121.5. Look at them all dumping that. Dumpers dumping, but look at all the buyers just snatch up 122 like nothing. They're like, so what? We'll just buy it at 122. We don't care if they're dumping 120s. Last call for 120 a share. Last call for 120. Last call for 120 and a half. There we go. Thank you. 120 and a half. Once, now twice. Three times. Look at all the dumping at 120 and a half, folks. And look at all the buyers coming in there, too. And now I'm buying at 121. 120 and a half. And still at this number, 120 and a half, they've only had 609,000 shares. At numbers all around this number, they've had 3 million, 2,000,008, 2,000,004, but now only here at 120 and a half, 609,000 is all they can muster at 120 and a half. And I just got it again, 120 and a half. They can't keep it here forever, folks. They're not going to keep it here forever. And look at those numbers, 120 and a half. Now we're at 121s. And off she goes into the wild blue yonder, folks. I guess we're just all plumb out of the fake 120 and a halves. But God bless them for trying to hold it there, 120 and a half. There you go. Thank you. Well, now all we're seeing is 121s. One more, 120 and a half. Last call. And I'd really like to get 120 instead of just 120 and a half, so you guys can pull that together. That'd be nice. But no, they're coming in and they're buying the crap out of it at 121 and 122. They don't even give a crap. They're just buying the crap out of this now. And we're looking at the chart. And there it goes, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, what a long period of herking and jerking now we've seen. Herking and jerking and herking and jerking. Herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking. Pretty soon, if you keep herking and jerking a double nut like that, you do that long enough and it eventually will just jerk right off the screen, folks. All right? I'm telling you, you're going to witness it pretty soon. I'm telling you, you get a double nut like that, and then you keep herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking. It eventually jerks right off the screen, folks. You guys know that. That's what happens to it. And there it goes now. And look at all the buyers coming in versus sellers down here now. 3-1 buyers versus sellers, 2-1 buyers versus sellers here. Oh, now we're at 122 and a half. Oh, no. Now look, 125. And I just sold 400 at 125.5. Nice. Woo-hoo. Very nice. Now up 1,127 on this position today. And I just sold 126.5, 400 there. And I got 400 for sale at 127. And this thing is going, folks. Whoa, look at it jump to 127. And I got 400 for sale there. And now I'm up 1,280 on this position. Now up 1,359. Just sold 400 at 128 and 400 at 129. 400 at 129.5. And now I'm up 1,405 on this position today. And I just sold 200 at 129.5. Oh my gosh, just sold 400 at 131. 200 at 131.5. Woo! KIDZ. Oh my gosh, look at that, folks. Look at all the buying coming in. Daggum. Nice. And I just sold 400 at 132. Sitting on 3,300 shares remaining. And now I'm going to buy here at 126. Where they've got 2,945 at 126. And I just filled at 124.5. Just filled again at 124.5. Now 127.5. Now we're going to sell 129. And we're going to sell 130. Just sold 129.5, and we're going to sell now 131. And I'm doing 200 at each of these numbers. Now we're going to sell 132 and 133, 800 at 133, and 200 at 134. There we go. And then make sure you jump up past 135 and sell 136. 200 at 136. Make sure you sell 200 at 137. And make sure you sell 400 at 138. There we go. And looking at the chart right now, here it is, KIDZ. KIDZ. And look at that 5 day breaking over that upper line of resistance right there. Now going for this one here. If it breaks over that, this thing's going to skyrocket, folks. I'm telling you right now. No, I do not hold any day trade stocks long. I sell every share before the market closes. And sometimes that can be in the after hours too. If I got a good strong feeling about a strong rise into the close and this thing really pushes upwards and closes near the high of the day, then I'll wait and sell them at 8 o'clock. I'll just wait until the after hours. And this thing is moving, folks. Look at that freaking 5 day rising, the 10 day rising, the 50 day rising, the 200 day rising. Every single one of these lines moving up. Now, the stocks that I hold, Thomas, are only the stocks that I have on this list right here. This is the ones I hold long. Okay. And you can see how these stocks have been doing over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And these are the stocks that I've been holding long over the last year. These are the gains during the last year. And these are the only stocks that I hold long. And I've been holding these stocks with these gains over the last year. And these are the stocks I hold long. And these are the market cap and PE ratio on each one of these. And you can see the ones I've been holding long. There are over 70 on this sheet. 70 stocks that I've been holding long over the last year. And some of these stocks I've held for 25 years, like AMD. But you can see these are the percentage gains of all these stocks over the last year. And if you want this list, $24.99, and you become a Goliath level member of the tank, and you'll get the list. Just come down here, click on this dollar bill sign. Once you click on the dollar bill sign that's down here at the bottom, click on that dollar bill sign next to the word chat, and then come over here and become a member. And then when you join as a member, make sure you don't just join the first option. You need to come down here and click this one, Goliath Bottom Cat, $24.99. Hit join, and then you will suddenly find yourself as a Goliath member, and you will be getting all kinds of cool perks, including the stocks that I hold long. I'll send you this list right here. And as I said, this one here has 73 stocks in it. And then I also have a dividend stock list, which is here. And on this dividend stock, the same thing applies, except over here, I also show you not just the market cap and PE ratio, but I also show you what they pay in the dividend at the very end of this chart. And it shows what the amount they pay and what percentage dividend that is. And that's what I have here as a list of them. And you can see how these have done over the last year. Look at the gains on these dividend paying stocks over the last year, folks. Man, you can't beat it. You just can't beat it, folks. And they're paying dividends. And if you want this list, look at this list of all these dividend paying stocks and look at the gains on them. Look at the market cap, PE ratio, the amount they pay, the percentage they pay. And this list is only available on this channel. You can't get it anywhere else. These dividend stocks that I have here, the first 40 on this list, I got from a guy known as Roaring Kitty. And Roaring Kitty is actually, his real name is Keith Gill. He used to live over here near the Detroit area. And I live over near Detroit. I'm about an hour away from Detroit. And Keith Gill is who I got all these stocks for. The top 40 on this list of dividends are from him. So I can't take all the credit. And that guy knows what he's doing. Well, I sold all out of this stock today, JEM. I cut my losses. I moved them over into the other stock, KIDZ, and I made a big loss on this stock, but I moved all of that. I sold all of my JEM, moved it all over to KIDZ, and now we're on the run. KIDZ. There it is. capitulating nicely right on the 200 day. The 50's there, the 45's there, the 5 days there, everything all smashed together. Yep, they porpoised this thing right down to right here. And now I'm up $1,230 on this position, KIDZ. And I'm going to buy it right now. And I bought it at 121.5. And I'm going to come at it again, buying 60 shares here, 121.5. And I just bought it at 120.5. And at 121.5, well, at 122, they've had 3,154 at 122. And at 121, they've had not even a printable number, folks. They still have not even gotten a printable number at 121. They're only at 2 million here, 2 million at 121. And I don't know what number they've got to reach to print, but they're just definitely not going to print 2 million. Up here, they printed 3.157 million. And up here, they printed 2.8 million at 123. And at 124, they don't have a printable number there. Only 2,112,000. 124, no printable number there. And I'm guessing 125 the same. Oh no, they got a printable number at 125. 3,000,008. 3,361,000, I'm sorry, at 125. Man, that's almost as many as they got at 118. 3,000,003. What'd they get at 118? 118. Yeah, at 118 they got 3,315,000. At 118 on this stock they got 3,315,000 at a dollar 18. And then they ran out of those at 3,315,000 at a dollar 18. And now I see again that same familiar number, 3,896,000 at 128. Wow. Huh. 127, 3 million. And I just filled it 123.5. And this is the chart right now on KIDZ. It is climbing here. And I think the games are over with this thing. 3 o'clock, I think we got a power hour coming ahead of us, folks. And 123.5. What do they got at 123? Only 2,000,009. And at 124, they don't even have a printable number. 2,000,002. And the chart is right here, KIDZ, folks. KIDZ. It looks fabulous right here. It looks very strong. It looks very strong. KIDZ. More buyers than sellers coming in here by far. What stock has been the most challenging recently? Well, JEM cost me quite a bit, but I moved that money over off of that loser, and I took it over to here today, and I'm making my money back quickly here now. And I say this game is all over. Look at that, up 1,300 on this today, folks. Up 1,362. And today's trading has me in a gain of $1,450 profit today. 1,428 right now. And the stocks I'm a little bit down on ELAB. I'm 44 down on ELAB today, but I've got 580 shares of that. Uh, um, I'm just a fraction down on Buru. No, ELAB is the one I got 1,600 shares of. I'm 36 bucks down on ELAB, but I'm only down $1.49 on Buru. And Plug Power, I bought a little of today, 160 shares, and I'm down $6 on that. But I'm up 1,299 on KIDZ. I'm up 140 on LUCY, and can't complain about that. And I'm going to begin selling 127. 200 shares I'm going to sell now at 126. Then I'm going to sell 200 at 127. Uh, and I just sold 127. Oh man, this thing is getting jumpy now. This thing's getting very jumpy. 124.5 after just selling 127. And now I'm going to sell 200 at 126. Just sold 126.5. Now I'm going to sell 200 at 127. And I'm going to sell 200 at 128. Just sold 127, folks. There's a lot of buyers coming in here now on this. A lot of buyers coming in. And here is what it looks like right now. KIDZ. And the news catalyst is KIAI stock surges as company unveils robotics learning platform. That is the catalyst behind this stock. KIDZ AI shares are trading higher after the company announced it unveiled KidsBot, an AI robotics learning platform. An AI robotics learning platform. And that's why the stock is skyrocketing now and closing up very nicely here as we come into the final hour. But it hasn't been easy with this stock all afternoon, man. They've definitely stayed after this. They've tried to keep it and they've tried to retain it. They've tried to hold it. They've tried a lot of herking and jerking with it. You can see what they've done all day long, trying to trade, holding it underneath this price, 128, but then down here repeatedly to 115. So 128 to 115, 128 to 115, 128 to 115, over and over and over and over again. 13-cent move. That's right, folks. It's 13 cents. That's what it is. There's 128. There it's down to 113, 115, 13-cent move. Then 128 again, then down to 115, then 128 again, then down to 115, 128 again, and this time only down to 121. So the 115 game has ended, folks. 121 is the lowest you can get it now. But boy, have they been trading this one in a trench. No doubt about it. They've been trading in this trench from this price, 128 to 115. Over and over, folks. 128 to 115, they done it. 128 to 115. Just look at it. You can see how many times they've done it. That price right there is 128. Right here, they were at 133. 133. And here they were at 136. And here this morning, I sold it at 143 a share, 144. And folks, the reason that I sold so many shares at 143 and 44 is because I have a buy sell sheet and it tells me right here that my sells should be at 131, 32, 33, and 34. Right there is why you should sell there and why I sold there this morning. 134, ladies and gentlemen, that price right there. 144. 144. And I'm sorry, and those numbers are on my buy sell sheet. And it says to sell right here 142, 43, and 44. That is a no brainer. Always sell those numbers. And now you can see why. See when they got up there to this blue line, 144. And of course, 166 is also a sell where I sold this morning. And I know a lot of people sold with me at about 10 o'clock this morning. They sold with me at 166. I know they did because, well, hello, buy, sell. What are these numbers? Sell 164, 165, 166, 167. All on my buy sell sheet, folks. Live by it. Live by it, folks. Man, you can make so much money selling at those numbers, folks. And then look at them just drive it down and down and down and down and then right back up. And here we go this afternoon. Just a bunch of herking and jerking and just herking and jerking it all over. And now she climbs right on up. And this is KIDZ. KIDZ. And I happen to be up $1,315 on this position today. And we've got 50 minutes left until the market closes. And there is the stock KIDZ. KIDZ. How's Lucy looking now? I'm almost out of shares of that, I think. Wow, that looks very similar. LUCY. Just look at them holding it there and herking and jerking that thing underneath here in between these two numbers. I don't know if I'm holding too much more of that. Nope, I've only got 60 shares left of LUCY. And I'm going to come over here to LUCY now. And I'm going to sell while I'm up $138 on this position today. And I'm going to sell. I've got only 60 shares left. I'm going to sell them right now. Sell at market. And I just sold Lucy at 126.5. And I made a nice profit on that today. $139 gain on that one today. Now let's get over here. KIDZ. And look at that steadily progressing. All of the herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerk, herk, jerk, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking, jerking. Man, oh man. This is just completely fleeced out through here, folks. There's nothing left there. There's nothing to remain here. That has been shaven frickin' bald. Okay? That is shaved bald. There's nothing left here, folks. There's literally nothing left here. Nothing left in here, man. This is shaven bald. Watch this thing jump right through that crap, but all the way back up here. Because this is just all herked and jerked out, baby. I mean, good Lord, look at all the shaving they done there until they shaved that bald, and then it jumped here, and they shaved this till they've shaved this bald, and then it'll jump up here. Man, look at that, massacring and weakening everything. All weak hands gave of their shares away there, and now a few more weak ones gave away there, and there just a couple weak ones here. And now look at her riding nicely on the rising 50 day and rising 200. Trade. KIDZ. And I just filled it 123.5. And again, 123.5. Now I see down here at 123, they've got 3,380,000 at 123. 3,380,000. At 124, I see 2,000,008. So goodness gracious, all the shares they've dumped today at 123, 383,000 at 123. And at 122, 3,639,000. And they ran out at 122 at 3,000,006. And now at 123, they've run out at 3,000,008. And now at 3,000,000, 2,000,008, a million less at 124, folks, a million less. At 124.5. And at 125, 4 million, folks. At 124, only 2.8 million. But at 125, 4 million shares they've dumped there. How about 126? 3 million 4. So you got 3 million 8, 4 million, and then 3 million 4. They can't hold it down. No, they're not going to hold it down, folks. They've been herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking for frickin' so long in this region, folks. Herking and jerking this thing. Every time to that line, 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 the 200. That's all they can achieve. And there's a lot of buyers coming in here, folks, at 124. That is a shitload of green in there coming in at 124. And people are certainly not afraid to pay 124 a share here. I just got a 123.5. And we're already at 123 and now 124. Massive sells at 123.5. And then the buys come in at 123 and 124 now. This stock is still up 80% today, folks. Last chance to drive it down to that line for the final time. Last call for 121.5. That's it. I just got it there. 121.5. Now 122.5. Now 122.5 again. $121.5. Man, you gotta give it to them, man. They have not stopped trying to drop this freaking price, man. They've tried so many times for this same line. They've tried it there. They tried it there. They tried it here. They tried it there. They tried it here, there, here, there, here, there. Over and over this line they keep trying to get. Every single time they try to buy that line. Man, you got to give it to them. They've been dedicated to it. And I just filled at 121.5. And again, 121.5. 121.5. And I believe we're done with all the 121 fives, ladies and gentlemen. All the 121 fives. Boy, look at him dumping that 121.99 now. And I got 121.5 again. I don't know how they can keep doing it, folks. I just don't know how. And buying again now here. 122.5. So I guess they just ran out of the 121 fives, folks. And now we're at 123s. Let's look at the chart. Last call, ladies and gentlemen. Last call for that little rundown they just tried there. Man, you gotta hand it to them. They tried it over and over and over. Over here they tried it. Over here they tried it. They tried it. They tried it. They tried it so many times that they ran out, folks. They freaking finally ran out. How many times have they tried that line? Trying to hold this line. 121.5. Every one of them, though, recently now, no candles sitting on it like they did over here. None of that bullshit. None of that. All it is a stab, a stab, a stab, a stab, a stab. Stabbing at it. That's all they're doing, stabbing at it now. 121.5. Again, 121.5. Just keep on stabbing, baby. Keep on trying to get that number. 121.5. How many shares have they had there now? 675,000. Now 678,000. Oh, they're giving me some 115 now. Here comes the dumpers. 114. Goodness gracious. Look at the effort here. And it goes right back up to 116 and a half, then 117, 116 and a half, 115 and a half, 115, 115. The time now is 3:23, 115. Last desperate effort, folks. Last desperate effort. Now we're at 116 and a half, 117 now, 117 and a half. And last call for these numbers, folks. And I'm just loading the freaking boat at 117. Now we're at 118. Now we're at 118. God bless these manipulators for trying to do this. Now 117.5. 117.5 and 118. Oh, look at all the 117.5 dumps. Look at all the dumps at 117.5. All the same second. 15, 24, 33. What a desperation move. Now 117.5 again. Now 118. Thank you, market manipulators. 117.99. And look at this, folks. 3,400,000 now at 118. What a desperation effort right there. Oh, look at him try to just fleece everyone out and scare everyone out of that stock with a line drop to 112 again. The same thing they did at lunchtime. The same freaking thing they did. The same number that they did here at 2 o'clock. And the same number they did here at lunchtime. The same effort at lunchtime, the same effort at 2 o'clock, and then the same closeout effort right then, the same number. Well, I don't fall for that. I buy that. And now I'm getting 118.5. Now I'm getting 118.5. 118.5. 118.5. 118.5. 118.5, folks. And by the way, 118 is the number they've accumulated the most shares today. 3,486,000 at 118. At 117, they only got 1,480,000. But 118, 3,488,000. And now I'm filling at 118.5 because they cannot get any more 118s. And now I'm filling at 119, 118.5. And now we're filling at 118.39, 118.5. 118.5. Man, look at how hard they've worked this stock today, folks. They have not made it easy, but there's the turn, and here comes the burn. And I'm ready to snag these 327, 118 again. Over here, a lot of 118.5s. Why do they want so many 118s? Now they're trying for some 117.5s. I'm all over that, man. I'll buy all that crap. 117.5, I'm in. 117, I own it. We're about to see an awesome half hour coming our way, I believe. This is just the last desperate sells at 329 to 330 to try to hold us under 118. That's right, folks. That's what they're trying to do. 330, trying to get everyone scared out at 330 right now. And I'm just buying the shit out of it at 116 a share. That's right. I just keep freaking buying it. I keep buying it. I keep buying it at 114 a share. You bet I do. And I keep buying it at 115. And I'm going to buy it at 116. And now it's gone back up to 117. And folks, that's just the way it is. Last desperate effort to get 115 on this stock, and they haven't had shit down here before. They've never even printed a number at 116, folks. Only 1,300,000 at this number. That's all they've had is 1,300,000, while they've had 3,800,000 at 118. And they have had nothing down here. 854,000, folks, is all they've been able to buy at 114.5. Yep. And now she's back up to 116. 115.50, 115.50, and I'm just buying like mad here. 115.50 again. Now 116. And they have got themselves all tightened out of this stock. There it is. The last time, and they cannot get this line again. They're trying it, but they cannot re-achieve this line of 113.04. They're certainly trying it, folks, but they cannot re-achieve it. 113.04 is what they had at lunchtime, and they were trying it one last time here at 3:30 p.m. And I'm feeling at 115 and a half, 115 and a half, 115, 115 and a half, 115 and a half, 116 now. Ah, did they run out of the cheapies? 116 and a half now. Yes, we're all out of the 115 and a halvers. Yep, 115 and a halves have disappeared. Now we're sitting at 116. 116 buys coming in now, and a lot of buyers at 116, as you can easily see here. Lots of buyers snapping this up at 116. I'm going to keep coming in on it, and I'm buying here at 115 and a half. 115, because I'm no dummy. I know I'm no dummy. 115 again. 115 and a half. 115 and a half again. 115 and a half. And they seem to have been trying one more time to get that lunchtime and 2 o'clock low of 113. But they're not achieving that, folks. There's just too many damn buyers buying this at 116 now. And regardless of what they try with the 115 and 115 and a halves, it is just rising, folks, now. Rising, rising, rising. 115, they've only gotten 897,000 shares there, folks. No millions, just 800,000 at 115. No millions at all, folks. Just keep that in mind. At 115, there have been no millions, just 897,000 shares at 115. And now the game is over. They've run out of 115, and look at all the buyers coming in at 116. Yes, indeed. Look at them pouring in at 116. And thank God for the market manipulators that dumped those shares out there at 114 and a half now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, market manipulators. I am grateful to you, very grateful to you. Grateful to you. 114, and they're trying for that same lunchtime number they got, 113, folks. And they're trying for it with all their might right now to get 113, which they had at lunchtime for the lunchtime low. And these market manipulators would love nothing more than to have this stock close at 113 a share, I promise you. They would love to see this stock close at 113 a share if they could make it happen. And the price now is 114, 114, 114.99, now 115. And there will be no more 113 for them today, it appears. No more 113. Now we're at 114.86. And I'm sorry for you. It's not going to happen. You're not going to get the 113 close, Shorty. It's not going to happen. We're already seeing 115s being filled now. And there is no way they're going to get that number 112, 113 that they got at lunchtime and at 2 o'clock. But boy, howdy, are they trying. They are trying with all their might. They're trying to huff and puff and blow this stock away at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. But there are 26 minutes left, and we're still filling at 314. There, 114, I'm sorry, 114, 114.50, 114.50, 115 now, 115, 114. That's right, 114, 114.50, 114. And I am just buying 60 shares at a time. Now we're at 115. Adios, amigos. See you later, 114s. Yes, look at all the buyers buying up 115 there. Look at all the buyers, and they still have not even reached 1 million at 115. They're only at 959,000 at 115. They cannot even get a million there. Yep, and there's the end of the 115s. Now we're at 115.5. And unfortunately, they could not get the million at 115. They could only get 950,000 at 115. And now we're rising right on up, folks. Now we're at 116 and 115.5. And what an effort to get 113 for the close. But they have lost it now, folks. That is over. We're at 115, now 116. And the stock I'm on is KIDZ. KIDZ. And I am up 900. I'm up 870 on this position. Now up $946 on this today. And I tell you what, man, what an effort on their part. What an effort on their part to get this, to get everyone fleeced out. What an effort on their part to do that. And I congratulate them for actually being able to get it as far down as they did just then. But hey, this thing's going to run coming into the close, folks, I believe. And my suggestion to you would be what I'm going to be doing is going to be selling here up $900. I'm up 938, so I'm selling here. And I just sold 116, and I'm going to continue to sell as it rises. And I'm going to sell 116, 400 there. I'm going to sell 117, 400 there. There you go. I'm going to sell 118, 400 there. Yep, 118, 400. Uh-huh. And you got to hand it to them, boy. They've really given it all they could. They've done all they could, folks, here to just fleece this thing out big time. They're trying everything they can to get a 108 close, Savannah. 108 they're trying for, Savannah. 108 they're trying for. 108. Astounding, folks. 107 now they're trying for. 107. Wow, that's impressive, Shorty. I'm really impressed. 108. 108. 108 I'm buying here, folks. Wow, that is so impressive what you've done there. 108. Oh my gosh, Shorty. You must be happy as can be with yourselves now. 108, 108, 108, 108. Goodness gracious, folks. 108. How did they do it? 108, Savannah. What are you talking about now? 109. 109. Oh my gosh, what an effort on their part now. 110. Woo! Oh, 111 now. And holy smokes, they had this thing up. They had 110, folks. 108 they got. Nice. And holy smokes, what an effort on their part to shake this thing out at the end of the day. Trying to get everyone out of it. Look at that, folks. Look at that desperation. Oh my gosh, folks. Look at that desperate selling. And look at the buyers coming in on top of that. Trade. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. 108, 107. Golly, they've done it, folks. 107, 107. And the stock is still up 56%. As they try to bombard it here and get everyone out. 107, folks. 107, 107. Masters of manipulation, ladies and gentlemen. Masters of manipulation. Masters of stock market manipulation. Masters of manipulation. 106, 107. Who would have ever guessed they could get it down that low? 106, 107. And man, they must just be growing these on a tree outside, folks. These shares they're selling here. They must be growing them on a freaking tree or printing them right off the printer is what they're doing, folks. Oh, they got 20 minutes left, folks. 106 now. They must feel like they are in control. But they are only in control for people that are stupid enough to fall for it, folks. They're only in control to the people that are stupid enough to fall for this. And the stock is now up 49%. 49% as they try like heck. They hold a 102. And I don't even know why the hell they would even try with the stock up 49%, but now it's up 52%. And now it's up 53%. But goodness gracious, look at them try to slaughter this down. Wow, how impressive, they have done. They've really been going at it, folks. 103, 102, ladies and gentlemen, 103. 102, 103. How in the world do they have any shares of this stock available for sale? Look at all the buyers coming in at 103, folks. Look at them pouring in and buying 103s. Holy crap. Now they're buying 105s. Oh, yeah. Buy market 105, 105, 104. Man, oh man, and all the 103s they just dumped out. How did they come up with those all of a sudden? They haven't even reached 700,000 here, folks. They haven't even reached 700,000 at this number. They've had millions at the higher numbers, but now only 700,000 to get this down to 105. Pretty massive, pretty impressive achievement. 104. Yeah. 104, ladies and gentlemen. How impressive is that? 105, and my dollar cost average is now 114. Look at that, folks. 104, they're able to achieve 105. Oh my gosh, how high is it going to go from this manipulated number? Now 106. Now we got buyers coming in at 106 and 107. And now I'm going to begin selling here, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to sell 108. That's right. I'm going to come up here and sell 108. How impressive that they just did that. 108, I'm out. And there we go, 108. I'm going to sell 400 there. And I'm going to sell 109. And I'm impressed, man. All those 104s they just gave me, 109. Let's get down here to 109. There it is, 109. Going to sell 400 there. And let's sell 110. 110. There it is, 110. We'll sell 400 there. And 111. Sell 400 at 111. And look at all the buyers at 106, folks, and 107s. Now we're selling all that effort to get down below a dollar just then, even 102s they gave me. And I'm going to sell 112 as well. 112. There it is. 400 at 112. 113. Going to try to sell 113 right there. And they've really had virtually no shares down here available for sale, folks. They're just throwing out minuscule, small amounts. As a matter of fact, I don't see any candlesticks at any of this over here. No candlesticks. Just on the even dollar, 112, 104, 104.5. Now we're at 106. Yep, 104.5. 104.5. 105 now. And the buyers are coming in at 105 and 104.5, 105 and 106. And what an effort on the part of the market manipulators today to really work this thing down right at the close, folks. Quarter till now. quarter till, folks. We are now at quarter till. Quarter till. And I just bought at 1045. Yep, I just bought at 1045. Now I'm going to buy at 105. There we go. I just bought at 105, and now I'm going to buy again at 1055. There you go. Perfect. A lot of people trying to dump here. I'm not falling for it. I'm buying here 1055. Now 44 minutes, and we're at 107. Yes, here we go, folks. And now I'm going to be selling 108. Yep, I'm selling here 108. I just sold 108 and a half. Yes. And now you can see I'm only up $132 on this position today because of that little washout effort. But hey, I'm selling here, folks. And I've got orders to sell at 109. I just sold 109.5. And now I'm up 234 on the position today. And I'm not surprised at all to see this happening. And I'm up 234 bucks on this position today. Now up 332. And I just sold 109.5 again. And I'm selling 110, 111, 112. And I am selling large quantities now, folks, at a time. That's right. And I'm selling here, ladies and gentlemen, 109. And what a way to end the day as they try to throw all these shares out that they're trying to give away to people. And wow, what an effort on their part to beat that thing down and get everyone out of it at 106, 107, 103. What a shakeout. What a shakeout. What a fake out. What a fake out. And now I'm going out at 109. 109. I'm going to sell right here. 109. And you can see all the buyers coming in here at 109 now, folks. They're not afraid. But wow, what a fake out. What a shakeout. And we are still now 13 minutes away from the close. Lots of them. Look at how hard they're trying to hold it at 108, Savannah. Can you believe that, Savannah, that they would try to take this thing down and close it at 108, Savannah? They sure are trying that. They sure are. They're dedicated to 108, aren't they? Look at that desperation. 108. Now we're going to come out at 109 as well. And 110. And they're desperate, folks. Look at them trying to hold that 108. Shake and fake. Yes, shake and fake. Shake and fake, ladies and gentlemen. And there are no shares really here. Only 265,000 at 108, folks. Only 265,000 at 108. Yep. And look at all the buyers buying 107s and 108s there. Well, there's no fear here, folks. There's no fear. There's a ton of buyers buying 107 and a half here. I mean, a ton of them. And 108s. A bunch of selling here, folks, at 108. 1075, 108. Nice. Well, they did it, folks. They ran it down to 108. Can you believe that? Can you believe that, Savannah? Look at all the buying here. 10 minutes left to hold it under 108. Or at 108, I guess. 10 minutes late. 10 minutes are left to hold it at 108. Goodness gracious. Market makers, manipulators, ladies and gentlemen. Market makers and manipulators. And look at the chart right here. What happened here? $1. They had it to $1, folks. They had it down to $1 right there. $1 they had it down to. $1. That price was $1.92. 10092. 10092. And then they bring it up here and try to close it out at 108 on this line. 10777, folks. Look at them try to hold that 108. Goodness gracious. Look how hard they came at that, folks. Right here at what time? 1521. So at 320, they decided the attack to beginning at 320. 320, folks. At 320. And let me tell you something. While this selling was going on, there's a shitload of buying here. More buyers than sellers. More buyers than sellers. More buyers than sellers by far when they hit that number. Way more buyers. And now, more buyers than sellers right now. More buyers than sellers here as we come to this close. More buyers than sellers. And that candlestick is going green, and this line is starting to rise, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. And watch it pop, baby, right here at the close. And I'm coming in to buy here. And I just bought 1055. And I just bought 1055 again. 1055 again, I just bought. 1055, I just bought again. 1055. Now 1055. 1055. 1055. Why do they care about that number? 105. Why? 1055. What does that mean? What does that mean to them? 1055. It means nothing to them. I'll tell you right now. It doesn't mean a freaking thing to them, folks. 1055. It means nothing to these market makers. They do not want to close this stock at 1055, folks. I can assure you that means nothing to them. 1055. But I'm sitting here filling order after order at 1055. And I'm going to keep buying them, folks. And there's 101 again. They're trying for 101. And then I got a bunch of shares there. $1 now. They're trying for a $1. I told you the 105 meant nothing to them. $1 does, though. $1 definitely does. $1 definitely does. And I'm buying that shit. Oh, yeah. $1, $1, $1. And now we're back up to 104.5. Oh my gosh, all those orders at $1 just then. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now we're at 105 again. See how that worked for them? Oh yeah, tried to get that $1 close and we're back up to 105. Nice. Wow, that was great manipulation effort there. I guess that was the last call for $1 right there. 101. That was it. The last call for 101. $1 and 101. And now they're trying at 103, 104s, back to 102.9. Oh man, 102. And these market makers are working this thing, working this thing, working this thing. 102 again, buying 102 repeatedly. 102. Now we're back to 103s. And look at this desperate effort to close this thing out at 102 or $1 or whatever the hell they're trying. Now we're back to 104s already. Back to 104s. Back to 105s. Oh, yeah. That's what you should see. 104s now. 104s. And I guess they made an effort just then to get a $1 close. I don't know why they even care so dang much. The time now is 3:57. We are now 3 minutes away from the market closing. And I am buying here 102s, 102.5s, 103s now, 103.5s, 104s. Here we go. Back up. There's a 104. There we go. 103.99. Oh, anything they can do to get 103.99. 102, folks. 102, 102, 103, 101. And here we come into the last few minutes at 101. Wow, 9,000 shares just bought at 102. 9,000, another 1,000 at 103 now. There they come back in. There they come in. 103s, ladies and gentlemen, 103s. And now I'm going to start selling some large quantities. That's right. Oh, yeah. I'm going to sell large quantities here. 2,000. All right. And we are now at 103s. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now 2 minutes away from the market closing. And lots of buying here at 103. We got buyers galore 103. We're going to go for 104. And I just sold 103.5. Now we're going to go to 104. Selling right there, just selling 104 and 105. And we're going to get out some at 105. There we go. And 106. And here we go, folks. Time is quickly running out. 106. There it is. And look at all the buyers buying 104s right here. Man, look at all the buyers that just bought all those 104s right there. They're not afraid to buy here, folks. They're not afraid to buy. No, they aren't. Yep. Look at all the 104s being bought right there, folks. And we are now 40 seconds away from the market closing. 40 seconds away from the market closing. And right now we're sitting at 103s, 104s, 103s, 104s, 103s, 104s. Oh, wow. And we got 3 seconds left, folks. And I can't wait to see what this thing does now that they got their hands out of it. The stock is sorry, let me move over here. I don't want JEM, don't want surf. And we are on the stock is now at 104, 105, and we are on KIDZ. And let me get over here to KIDZ. KIDZ stock, enter. And I can't wait to see what this is in the after hours. 104s, and watch this thing, folks. KIDZ, watch this thing in the after hours. Watch it rise, folks. Now, you know the market makers are all out of it now. We're at 105s. Now we're going to be at 106s and then 107s, in my opinion. KID seconds. 40 seconds. I thought an hour. No. Juan Carlos Duran. Hello there. Welcome, Juan Carlos. Hello there. And KIDZ, what an effort to get a close at 105, folks. And man, what a desperate effort it seemed of them to get 105. And now you can see it rising in the after hours, and it's going to continue to rise. Yes, that's right. It is, folks. You keep watching, you'll keep seeing it rise and rise and rise, is my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so, folks. I think the market makers did all they could there. There was still a lot of eager buyers buying at 104s, 105s, 106s, 107s. Now, listen, guys, I need to get on the phone with my wife. I want to make a phone call here and talk to her about my mother in law. So I don't have time to hang around with you here, guys, but I want you to know that I appreciate you being here with me today. I hope you learned something today. I think this stock is going to do great tomorrow as well, KIDZ. I think it's going to do great in the after hours. And be watching for me to put a notification on Telegram and on YouTube. So you guys make sure you hit that the notification bell, because I'm going to let you know when this stock is rocketing tonight. All right, and I'm going to be here with you through thick and thin, folks. And right now, I see them trying to drop the price to 95 cents, then back up to 103. It hit 95 and then 103, now 101. And look at them still hammering on it, even in the after hours, folks. All right, but I wish I could stick around with you, but I do want to go. We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning. I'll try to be up and running at around the same time, which is probably going to be 7:56 a.m. Okay, 7:56 a.m. And God bless each and every one of you. Thank you for sharing with me today. I appreciate it. JP Panic. All right, and no matter what they try here, folks, in this early after hours and everything they've tried in the last 30 minutes, they don't have that many shares here to sell, folks. They're just going to piddle around for a little bit. Then she's going to fly. That's my opinion, KIDZ. By the way, at before 8 o'clock, I want you to sell this stock, okay? I don't want you to hold any of this, all right? If you have it in your account, I want you to sell it all before 8 o'clock, okay? At least sell 90% of it, okay? And don't leave yourself exposed, all right? And I'm going to get on out of here now. I got to talk to my wife. Thank you, Jayhawk. I appreciate that. I saw that. I saw that, Jayhawk. I got it. Thank you very much. You guys, I'm going to get going. Have a blessed evening, and watch for this stock to really make a move here in the after hours after they get done their little game. All right. And don't be surprised. Look how much it's down, 6.66 in the after hours. Look at that, folks. 666 Savannah. 666 Savannah. Oh, not anymore. That was it, though. They got the 666. Good job, market makers. Look at that. 666, folks. Ah, that was sweet. Look at that number, 666. Can you believe they got that number? They're trying to. Oh my gosh. Look at that, folks. Look at that hocus pocus bullshit right there. 666 to 0. How do you like that, folks? Market makers, thank you very much, R. Richie B. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Well, I show you what it's going on. 666 in the after hours. Big freaking deal. Who freaking cares? Watch how high it goes in the after hours tonight, is my belief. Catfish Tyler, I'm going to get on out of here, guys. You have a great night. Over and out. I will be watching the soccer match. Go USA. All right. USA versus Belgium, 8 o'clock. All right, guys, you can see this stock has already gone up to 102 now, 103. It's done. They tried their little 98-cent rundown in after hours. It's all over, but the games have been played. 103 now. That's nice. And right back up now. No more 666 bullshit. I showed you the 666. I explain all these things to you guys so you understand it's all just a game. It's all just a game that they play. All right? I got to get out of here, everybody. You guys have a great night. Catfish Tyler, over and out. We'll see you tomorrow morning, maybe 6:48, but more likely around 7:56, okay? Right before 8 o'clock. All right. God bless you all. Catfish Tyler, over and out.